That gives the history of life its very quirky, fortuitous, chancy character. We are literally here only because of the good fortune of dinosaurs.
have no idea to this day what that lady was singing about. The truth is, I don't want to know. I tell you, that voice soared. It was like some kind of pink dinosaur walked into a drab little cage and used its powerful tail to knock those walls away. And for the briefest of moments, every last man at Shawshank was a pink little dinosaur too.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. Happy Tuesday to you. Sorry I'm a little bit late today. I was at Berkeley attending a seminar, and that's how things often go on Tuesdays. But I'm glad you're here. We've got an exciting special guest today to discuss a brand new paper that he is first author on. It's just come out today. Filippo Bertozzo, Dice and Dinosaur here on Twitch. He'll be joining us at some point during the stream, and we'll be going over his new paper on possible evidence for mating behavior in hadrosaurs. And before we get into that, I want to say, let's behave ourselves, chat. You know, we could be grown up about this. We're going to be, talking about reproductive behavior in animals today. So, it's okay to make jokes and stuff. Just make sure that it's PG rated. Okay? We got that? All right. It's going to be fun. It's good. I've been looking forward to this. So, yeah. We'll also be, I'm sure, doing a quick game of Metazoa. I got to do a Blue Sky post. We'll be talking a little bit about SVP that's coming up. I might show off my poster, and I should also show some photos from my trip to the Farallon Islands on Sunday. We didn't get to talk about this at all yesterday. We were so busy with Vaquita stuff, with Nanotyrannus, with all of that. So, yeah. Anyway, it's really good to have you here. And if anybody's here for the very first time, allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. So as a paleontologist, I study fossils. As a dinosaur paleontologist, I mostly work on dinosaur fossils. Most paleontologists don't have anything to do with dinosaurs. Paleontology is the study of fossils in general. As I like to say, from all kinds of different critters. From fossil bacteria to baleen whales. From fossil ferns to fossil frogs, and everything in between. If there's a creature that left evidence of its existence in the rock record for us to study, that is the domain of the paleontologist. Dinosaurs are just the tip of the iceberg, even though they're what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I know the most about, and what I dig up during the summers. Although this year, shoot, we were doing fieldwork live streams all the way up until the beginning of October, pretty much. So, 11 weeks in the field this year. New record for me. See if I can beat it next year. But, I live stream that whenever I can. So we had, what was the total this year? I put it on my SVP poster. Let's find this. There we go. This year from the field we had 61 broadcasts from the field this year. From March through October. 11 in St. George, Utah at the Substation Quarry, 25 streams from Wyoming, 16 streams from Dolings Bowl in Utah, and 9 streams from Lori's site in Utah. A total of 225 hours streamed from the field, and we had over 290 million minutes watched by viewers. I figured that would be a good stat to put on the poster, so I'm excited to tell my colleagues all about this next week at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting. It's going to be a big deal. It's a big deal for me, and hopefully for science outreach. We need more paleontologists doing this kind of outreach, you know? And so I figured this is a good way to get my colleagues excited about this kind of thing, encourage them to maybe try something similar when they're doing outreach. So Lenina says, hopefully it brings more SciComm to Twitch. Yeah, well, I am proud to be helping promote the work of a fellow paleontologist on Twitch today. We're going to be talking with Filippo Bertozzo, Dyson Dinosaur. And then also, we have Fossil Preparator on Twitch now, too. Steve Clausen, who runs that channel. He does excellent work. You should follow him if you're not yet doing that. And also, there's PaleoStream, who I think was streaming here on Twitch before I even got started. So we've got a number of different paleontologists who do regular streams here on Twitch. That's a big deal, but we can have more, you know? I think that would benefit all of us to have a larger community of paleontologists and scientists in general on this platform. I found it to be a wonderful place for science outreach. There's room for many, many more of us. So it's going to be one of my goals when I'm in the UK next week, talking to other people about this. Oh yeah, and then we've got Prehistoric Museum as well. Yeah, and they're hopefully going to be doing some more Prep Lab streams soon. So yeah, good stuff. Yeah. Anywho, excellent. Oh, and speaking of rising tides, lifting boats, and what have you, hang on, what's this? Getting text messages that numbers I don't recognize. But yesterday, right at the beginning of stream, we had somebody who was new here who just discovered the channel through a very prominent member of the Twitch community, Maya Higa. Check out this clip right here.
I think he's over 200.
To say that.
This guy does, he's a paleontologist, and he does a bunch of really cool education.
Because if we can get little fragments and fit them into
Into
larger bones.
Oh no. Slippery for some.
That's our
Help me.
that's our Plockman's blooper of the week. Sponsored by Plockman's Mustard.
I mustard myself.
Are we sponsored by mustard?
Yes.
No, not yet.
No,
but,
not
but-
yet.
Not yet.
But the mustard bottle here, that's
He's above 200.
Yeah.
Who else? Who's under 200?
I was blown away by this. What was funny is that I saw my mom recently. It was like a week ago. She lives up by Sacramento now, so I don't get to see her as often as I used to. But had lunch with her, and I don't know how she found out about this. But she goes, "Danny, do you know about this Twitch streamer? Her name is Maya. She has like an animal sanctuary." I'm like, "Yeah, I do." She's like, "She's a big deal, right? You should see about doing something with her." And I said, "Bum, I actually talked with some of her people at TwitchCon, and we'll see. We might be able to do a collaboration there next year." So I thought this is really funny because I don't know, my mom doesn't watch Twitch. She's not aware of these things. I think she saw a thing with Maya Higa on CBS News or something like that. Not sure exactly how she found out about her, but like, yeah. I thought that was really cool. So anywho, yeah. And yes, indeed, Inkling. Yeah, why are my alerts not working? That's odd. Huh. Weird. But Inkling says Maya runs Alveus Sanctuary, which does have 24/7 live streams on here. Yes, indeed. Yeah, they do incredible work. Really, really cool outreach, education, getting people excited, enthused, and educated about animals. They just got a new emu as well. I think Stompy is the name of their original emu, and now they have a comrade for Stompy now too. So yeah, good that he's got some company. I'm not gonna count any chickens before they're hatched, before the eggs are even fertilized, but Yeah, we might be doing something there next year. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah. Anyhow. And I was trying to remember, was it Stompy or Stampy? Stampy was the name of the elephant from that Simpsons episode. But yeah. Yeah, Stompy, thank you. Excellent. Yeah. Anyhow. It's nice to have a slightly less busy stream today. We can kind of relax and chill just a bit. Again, later on we'll be interviewing Filippo about his new paper on possible evidence for hadrosaur mating behavior from the fossil record. We'll take a look at that in a little bit. But first, let's do a blue sky post, and then I'll show you some of the photos from my trip to the Farallon Islands on Sunday. But yeah. So let's do a quick screenshot here. And whoop, get rid of that. There we go. Gotta do this before the cats show up. And jump in front of the camera. See one circling right now. There she is. There's Sweetie Pie. Alright, is this usable? I almost look worried there. Let's see if this is any better. Ah! No. We gotta turn off the emote wall. I feel like this happens way too frequently. Where we get a screenshot ruined by, It is turned off. What? How does that work? OBS is a mystery sometimes. Weird. Oh well. We'll have to go with this one. Yeah. Crop that. Do a save as. You know what? No, we can do better than that. Here. How's that? I feel like that's better. I don't know. Well, here, Sweetie Pie, let's try something else. Let's see if we can do this instead. Right here.
Dinosaurs are just cool. Let's check them out.
They are cool, Zushi Cats. Thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. How are things?
Sushi Cat and their 7 raiders are here to check them out too.
Hello, hello. It's good to have you here. Here, we'll just use this one. That'll be fun. How is your stream, Sushi Cat? Thank you for bringing everybody in here. We have got an exciting stream today, and I'm glad you're here to join us. Yes, replace. There we go. F bird paleo. Okay, cool. There we go. I'll post this in a second. But first things first, we gotta pay rent here to our landlord, Sweetie Pie. She can be quite demanding, huh, Sweetie Pie? Says, where's the treats? I want them. And thank you, Donor God 89 for the 12 months of support. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Excellent. And controversial paper. We'll see about that Top Trek. I think they make a really good case for their hypothesis, but we'll see what other folks think. time for treats for you? Is that what you want? Is that what you want? Okay. Okay. Let's make it. Well. Delicioso. Yeah. Make sure the landlord is paid. Possibly by. And Sushi Cat says stream was fun. Looked at some science news like Edmontosaurus mummies and then excellent. Yeah, we looked at those over the past week. Tried to start a model of a simplified T-Rex skull for a future attempt at studying it. Very cool, Sushi Cat. Very, very cool. I'd recommend if you're working on like making a model of a Rex skull, there's lots of 3D models that you can find online that you can use for reference. There's some really good ones on Sketchfab. You might know this already, but I'll say this for anybody else's benefit who might not be aware. There we go. Oh. And thank you, Social Alien.
Couldn't see a thing. Conclusion. Dinosaurs.
There we go. Thank you, Social Alien, for the Prime sub. 2 months of support there. Thank you. Yeah. I used a tricks. Okay, nice, Sushi Cat. Okay. And thank you, Sage Erics, for following. Thanks for clicking that follow button. Thanks for dropping in.
Knew. If it hadn't been for that great dinosaur who saved us from the American forces,
yeah,
we would all be dead.
Oh my goodness, Urgle Wurgle. I'm glad you're not dead, and I'm glad you've been subscribed for the past 8 months. Thank you for your ongoing support. That means a lot to me. Thank you for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. Do they have a scan of the Trix skull on Sketchfab? I know we've got the Wonkel Rex. Yeah, and here's AMNH 5027 right here. No, it doesn't look like it's available for download, but... Oh, and this is the Tufts Love Rex. There we go. Oh, that is cool. Such a beautiful skull. I don't know if I've seen Trix. Trix is the nickname for a Tyrannosaurus specimen that's somewhere in Europe on display. But yeah, it was the full skeleton. Oh, interesting, Sushi Cut. Are you talking about that might be MOR 555, which is now at the Smithsonian. I'll box up that specimen. Was it this one here with the T-Rex and Triceratops? That's the same Tyrannosaurus specimen who gave us, well, a bunch of our emotes are this particular specimen. This, I think, is Stan right here, or similar. There's a bunch of these. Darn. Nice. That looks like Black Beauty right there. Well, no, that's the Wonkel Rex? Okay. Huh. Anywho. Yeah. Urgo says, I followed the Vakita streams yesterday and met new streamers to follow. Very cool. Thanks. Of course. Hey. I'm glad you found that interesting. I hope you're as jazzed as I am about Save the Vakita. Casey might even be streaming right now. Let's see if she's on. No, not right now. But, I'm sure she will be soonish. What was the final tally for, Holy cow! Look at this! Holy moly! $4,500 goal, $4,060 Canadian raised so far. That is extraordinary. She did up the goal. Yeah, I think she started the goal at $1,000. Now we're up to $4,060. The $4,500 goal. That is incredible. So that is truly impressive. Porpoise.org is going to be... They're going to be overjoyed, I think. And it's going on all week, Lenita. Yeah, as far as I know. Here. Look at Casey's Blue Sky page. And here's today's Save the Vaquita stream schedule. Here's a link to that post right here. Yeah, for today, Shark Geek at 11 a.m., Dragon Feathers 1 p.m. This is Mountain Time, so that would be noon our time. 2 p.m. Mountain Time would be 1 p.m. So Paintera Studio, I think, is going right now, and then Miss Capri Kel, and then Schlacka. Nice. That's going to be really cool. So yeah, this is the power of the science community, Top Trike. Absolutely.
Gotta have them ribs.
Oh, wrong button?
They were wrong.
That's a wrong button, too.
They were wrong.
Oh, well. Anywho, good stuff. And hello there to you, Olaf Moleman. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have... I'm honored. Big fan. Would you mind if we show some of your work? Let's see here. Mole Man in the morning. Good Mole Man to you. The birthplace of Edgar Allan Poe.
Question mark. Smiley face. Cold. Biscuits. Chicken. Yellow. Mailman.
You're reading the wine list, sir.
Very good.
Get out of my car.
Poor Mole Man.
This isn't my house. My name is Hans. Drinking has ruined my life. I'm 31 years old.
Anyway. Oh, my favorite one. We have to... Oh,
There's a
goodness.
gremlin on the side of the bus.
Hey, no problemo, Bart, dude. I'll get rid of it.
AMC Gremlins.
No. Oh, no. I just made my last payment. Ooh.
Sorry. Anyway, Mole Man, big fan. It's wonderful to have you here. He was saying boomerangs, right? Oh, yes. I know, right? Remember when... Well, The Simpsons was always good. It's too bad that it stopped about 15 seasons ago, you know? But they canceled it at the right time, you know? It's not great when a series jumps the shark, and I'm so glad that didn't happen with The Simpsons. Yeah. Anyhow, yeah. Never winter, yes indeed. Yeah. Oh, so wait, they finally... Yeah, they stopped making Simpsons episodes in... What was it? I think it was just before the Simpsons movie came out, right? Which would have been like 2007 or 8? You know? So, they made the right decision before the show got bad. They left when Conan left as head writer. Yeah. After Marge versus the monorail, you know it. Anywho, let's... Oh, there's cat saliva all over my desk. Let me clean this up, and then we'll do a quick game of Metazua. Well, but first I gotta do a Blue Sky post. Alright, let's clean up this cat saliva. Then we'll do a Blue Sky post. Then we'll do Metazoa today. Yeah. And Paleostream, yes, of course. Hey, I've known about this paper for almost a year now at this point. But yes, indeed, Paleostream. We're going to be talking about that later. Filippo's going to be joining us for an interview, so really excited about that. And was even able to fish out some 3D prints that I did ages ago that are pertinent to today's topic, like this bundle of ossified tendons from the hindquarters of a duckbill dinosaur. I'm not sure if this is Edmontosaurus or Brachylophosaurus or who, but didn't have time to paint it, but there it is. See those ossified tendons running across there? And there's the transverse processes of some caudal vertebrae. Yeah. Need to get Filippo on stream to talk about his stuff as well? It'd be great, Paleostream, yeah. Yeah. I'm excited. By the way, did I already ask you, Josh, are you going to SVP this year? Will I get to meet you in person? I want to say I've already asked you this, and I've since forgotten the answer. Yeah, let me know. Are you going to SVP? Anyhow, I keep getting distracted. I gotta clean up this cat saliva and then do Metazoa. Be right back. I didn't post a blue sky yet. We'll do that. Oh, not at SVP. That, remember, you told me that earlier. I'm sorry, Yash. Yeah. Well, hopefully, future year, I'll get to meet you in person. Yeah. Be right back. Need to, like, you have some disinfectant spray here next to the desk. Yeah, let's make a mess. Alright, blue sky post. There we go. Alright. Hopefully we won't have too many feline eclipses on today's Twitch stream. Especially since we'll be interviewing Felipe Bertoso about his new hadrosaur mating evidence paper. Join us at twitch.tv/Paleontologizing. For live Q&A, paleontological discussion and science camaraderie. There we go. All right. The alt text Twitch screenshot of me in my office, mostly obscured by a fluffy black cat in front of the camera. Two dashes there. I don't want to do an M dash, that'll set off the soundboard. Yeah. With various hadrosaur 3D printed elements and framed scientific figures on the wall behind Looks good. Let's post it.
Hold on to your butts.
Post. There we go. Good stuff. Yeah. And by the way, I should change this real quick. I am back home from TwitchCon San Diego. So... come on. So, discard changes. Edit profile. Okay, it's freaking out on me and won't let me change the profile stuff.
If it hadn't been for that great dinosaur who saved us from the American forces, we would all be dead.
Holy cow, Moxie Drinker. I'm so glad you're not dead, and thank goodness for that dinosaur. That great dinosaur. Thank you for the 8 months of support. I really appreciate you, Moxie Drinker. Thank you for keeping me here online for this long. Excellent. SVP 2025. Let's take those. And aeroplane. There we go. What's an emoji that's associated with England? We could try and find like a British flag, but I don't know. Like a Union Jack.
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Echo Wells, thank you so much for the tier 1 subscription right there. That is a recurring sub. Thank you very much for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. Thank you for that pledge of ongoing support. I do this full time. Believe it or not, this is how I make my living, and you're helping make that possible, so thank you. Yeah. Cup of tea. There you go, you Brontes. Yes. Andrew, thank you. Good to see you, by the way, Andrew. I hope you're doing well. Teacup without handle. Hot beverage. I feel like English teacups have handles. So, I don't know. Maybe we'll just leave that off for now. Beans, sandwich, fire. There we go. That's good enough for now. Is there not an English teacup? I don't think so, Clara. From my understanding, like, emoji were most, they're like kind of heavily tied to East Asian cultures, especially Japan. I think that's where emoji kind of originated. So there's a lot of stuff that, a friend of mine who just got back from Japan was telling me about this. There's all kinds of icons on signs there that kind of predate the emoji, but they're kind of what different emoji are based on. And there are things like a Shinto temple, or a certain like ceremonial mask, or things like that. You know, when you're kind of going through the emoji list and you're like, what in the world are these? I have no idea what any of this stuff means. I think a lot of that stuff comes from Japan. No, anyway. Yeah. That's where a lot of the old school ones come from. Yes, that's correct. Yeah. Anyway, let's do Metazua here real quick, and then maybe we'll take a look at some of those photos from my trip to the Farallons on Sunday. Did some whale watching and bird watching, and didn't see any leatherback turtles, but anyway, yeah. And the tower emoji is Tokyo Tower. There we go, Phoenix the Archaeologist. Yeah, that makes sense. Made famous by the Godzilla series. And so it took 4 guesses for you today, Petrodactylus. Okay. Well, let's do a quick game of Metazua. Our daily mystery animal guessing game. Let's see if we can get it in fewer than 4 guesses. Or we'll see if Petrodactylus will defeat us. Let's see here.
Hold on to your butts.
There we go. So, if you've never seen this before, this is a really cool daily guessing game. Trying to figure out the mystery animal of the day, and we're using an evolutionary family tree to try and narrow it down in as few guesses as possible. It's a lot like that game, Wordle, if you're familiar with that. Except instead of a mystery word, it's a mystery animal. We're using a phylogeny to try and figure it out. You mentioned it in 3 Echo L's? Holy cow. Pressure's on. I'm gonna start like I usually do with a placental mammal. It's not a marsupial and not a monotreme. It's no eggs, no pouches. No shelled eggs and no pouches. Give me the name of a placental mammal, chat. Elephant seal, says Dr. Terra. Otter, capybara. Capybara's not a bad one because it's from a very speciose clade. Euarchontoglires, and then rodents more specifically. Let's do capybara. I like that, Claire. Let's start with that. And, okay. Our critter is a Boroeutherian. And thank you, Petrodactylus. I don't want hints. No, we want to do this fair and square. So, Boroeutheria. Let's use our tree of life to help visualize this. So, our critter at this outset could be any member of group Metazoa, the animals. 1.4 million species here on this tree. But we guessed a mammal first. So the mammals are here. And then I wanted a placental mammal, so not a monotreme, not an echidna or a platypus, and not a marsupial, not a metatherian. We wanted a placental mammal, and I guessed capybara, which is here, part of Rodentia. There's the rodents. 2,000 species of rodents. It's like 40% of all mammal species are rodents. They're an incredibly speciose group. So I figured that was a good place to start. Yeah, our critter is not a rodent. But it is, well, and it's not a part of Glires. It's not part of Euarchontoglires. This includes the rodents and us, the primates, and more. But it is a Boroeutherian. So with one guess, I guessed capybara. Metazoa says, "Oh, best I can do for you is Boroeutheria." So we've narrowed it down from 1.4 million species to just 4,000. That's pretty good for one guess. But we can narrow it down even further because, again, I guessed capybara, which is part of this clade Euarchontoglires. And Metazoa said, no, it's not part of this clade. But it is part of Boroeutheria, so it's got to be a Laurasiathere here. So we've actually narrowed it down to just 2,067 species with one guess. That's really good. So yeah, Claireberry, yeah. You can use that jingle for a lot of these. You know? Yeah. Carnivorous, bats, hedgehogs, and more. For all your Laurasiatherian needs. So yeah, our critter could be an insectivore. One of these guys. Could be a... Is this clade Scrotifera? I forget. But anyway, there's still a lot of different critters it could be. It could be a bat. It could be an artiodactyl, which are the cloven-hoofed mammals. Which includes whales, oddly enough. They're a kind of hoofed mammal. It could be one of these guys, a chiropteran, a perissodactyl, odd-toed ungulates, which are tapirs, rhinos, and horses. Or it could be a carnivoran, right here. we got to think about this in a clever way. Let's do some metagaming here for Metazua. This game doesn't have every animal on the tree. So, like, think about this. The most speciose group within Laurasiatheria is the bats. So the bats have, like, well over 1,000 species. 1,055 on this tree here. By the numbers, chances are there's like a 50-50 shot that a given Laurasiatheria species will be a bat. But this game only has, I think, like 3 or 4 bats. Fruit bat, vampire bat. They don't have flying fox. So yeah. Anyway, there's some inherent biases in this game. Let's see if it's a carnivoran. I know there's a lot of those, and there's a lot of ungulates. So let's be... You know what? Let's try an ungulate. Let's try an artiodactyl. Give me the name of a cloven-hoofed mammal, chat. Those are goats and cows and giraffes and whales, pigs, camels.
As tall as a 2-story building, he could
Roseanne.
kill almost anything that crossed his path.
Hopefully not me. Thank you, Roseanne, for the 43 months. Appreciate your ongoing support. Thank you, thank you. ThorQC says moose. That's a good one. Okay. Let's do moose. And Clipper, zebras are perissodactyls, so they're not cloven-hoofed. They've got one... They're odd-toed ungulates. Yeah, let's do moose. I like that. Moose are a kind of cervid. They're the largest member of the deer family. Let's see if this gets us anywhere closer. All right, it is an artiodactyl. Excellent. That was a good guess. That was a really good guess. Golganix says vaquita. They don't have vaquita. Sorry. But yeah, some kind of artiodactyl. So again, artiodactyls are the cloven-hoofed ungulates. We chose moose. And moose are going to be in this clade, Cervidae. So we know for a fact it's not going to be part of this clade, or else it wouldn't have said artiodactyl. It gives you the most exclusive group that includes the mystery animal and your guess. And here, you know, best I can do is artiodactyl. So that tells us it's probably not a member of this clade. I don't know what this is called, but this is the bovids and the cervids together. And the caprids, goats, and things. Not going to be part of this either. It's probably going to be more basal. It might be something like a pig, or maybe a whale. Let's try... That's the thing, is you never know which of these nodes it actually includes in the game. So let's try... Give me the name of a whale, chat. Let's try some kind of whale. There you go, Science. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome, Valent. I hope you're doing well. Humpback. That's a good one, Dr. Tara. I saw a bunch of humpbacks on Sunday. I'm going to show you pictures in a minute. It'd be really cool if it were a humpback. Let's give that a try.
Under your butts.
And holy cow! Oh, yes! Oh, man. I'm happy about this. I saw, like, almost a dozen of these guys on Sunday. Yeah, very nice. Super cool. Here, let's share that. We'll put that on Blue Sky, too. Here we go. Excellent. Ho, 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 ho. Yeah. Pretty good. I saw a bunch of these critters on Sunday, coincidentally enough. My fingers immediately went for the, like, shift colon to, like, pull up emote so I could do a Paleo Think emote. But this isn't Twitch, this is Blue Sky. So... yeah, average guess is 5.1. That's pretty darn good. Holy cow. Excellent. Had to try a few different whales. Nice, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. MetaZoo is a lot of fun. Anyway, before I forget, here is a link to that earlier post. This one here with the feline eclipse. Before I forget, let's go ahead and put a link to Filippo's paper here real quick. Yeah. Here's a link to Filippo's thread on the new paper too. There we go. Excellent. Let's talk a bit about those critters real fast, shall we? And then I'll show you some of the pictures I got of them. They've got the longest pectoral fins of any whale, even longer than a blue whale, despite being smaller than them.
Today on Animal Fact Files, we're discussing humpback whales.
Nice.
The humpback whale gets its common name from the obvious dorsal fin that protrudes from its back.
Yep.
Each individual humpback whale has a unique dorsal fin.
So they can be identified based on the
along with the ridges and patterns along their tail, helps researchers and observers identify individual humpbacks.
Yep.
They also get their common name from their behavior of forming a hump in their back before making a dive. Like all whales, humpback whales are mammals. Among the mammals alive today, humpback whales make some of the longest migrations. A single trip from feeding waters to breeding waters can reach over 3,000 miles. And all of this can be
which is still less than another kind of air-breathing aquatic vertebrate. Who can tell me what that is? Who's an animal that might be a bit smaller than a humpback whale, but still has a longer migration in many cases? Sharks don't breathe air, Eddie Scar. No, that's why I did some qualifiers. Well, here, just so that you know I'm not making this up. Here we go.
This is the longest migration of any air-breathing aquatic vertebrate. And what I mean by that is that, yes, there are birds that go further, like the Arctic tern, but they're flying.
Yep.
There are some whale sharks that might go as far or maybe a little further, but they don't ever have to come up for air. The leatherback turtle is actually pushing water across the entire Pacific Ocean. It requires them on the order of 10 to 12 months to make the journey from the nesting beaches over here to California.
Pretty incredible. So a turtle, even though they're really big, you know, still smaller than a humpback whale, they have a longer migration than humpback whales. Yeah, here. Incredible animal, leatherback. I talk about them every opportunity I get. Look at that. Look at that. And they don't really use currents for this, Top Trike. No, they just swim. There's no current that goes from the Solomon Islands or from Papua New Guinea all the way to California. These guys and gals, this is a female here, returning after laying her eggs. Yeah, they're not being carried by currents, they're swimming the whole way. And Thor QC says it can't be that big? No, they are. Again, the world's largest turtle. They're enormous. They can get close to 2,000 pounds. That's like, I think the record is something like, what is it? Something like 900 kilos or something like that? Maybe more. Yeah. Pretty amazing. They get huge. I mean, just enormous. They're, by some counts, the world's largest living reptile. It kind of depends how you count them. There's Scott Benson there again. Shoot. We need to bring him on for an interview at some point. I'm going to be down in Monterey in December. Maybe I can meet up with him in person and do a stream. That would be really cool. But anyway, leatherback turtle, by far the world's largest sea turtle, by far the world's largest turtle in general. Incredible animals. Yeah. Top Trek says that is wild. You'll be hearing a lot more about these animals as the months go on. Next year, I'm hoping to do a bunch of leatherback turtle streams, maybe even see some in real life. There's a non-zero chance, slim chance. Maybe we could even do a live stream on board this boat, the Sheila B, on a leatherback survey. We'll see. No promises at all whatsoever, but I was this close to being able to be on that boat at the beginning of October, and then it was canceled due to weather. But who knows? You know, my objective here is to raise awareness about these animals and raise some funds for their conservation. Just try and showcase these critters and get people excited about them in the same way that I'm excited about them. This is a creature that, it's a survivor from the Mesozoic. They first show up in the fossil record, we think, in the Cretaceous period, probably about 80 million years ago. And the descendants of those original Dermacheliids are still around today. There's one surviving species. They're the last of the great marine reptiles. And they desperately need our help because their populations are dwindling. This one from the Pacific population, which is just off the coast here where I live in the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. They swim all the way from Papua New Guinea, all the way across the Pacific Ocean to here in order to find their prey, sea jellies. Their population in the Eastern Pacific, here off the coast of California, their population seems to be declining at a rate of about 6% per year. They're already 90% or 95% gone. Like, their numbers are shockingly low nowadays and rapidly declining, due mostly to fishing bycatch. Like, so they get caught in fishing nets and they drown as air-breathing animals. We need stricter regulation of these fishing practices because we will lose these animals. You don't have time to
put dinosaurs in your dinosaur movie.
Maester Mechanic, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Good to have you here. So I'm trying to raise awareness about these animals and see if we can do something about that, you know, because here, I'll show you the stickers that I was passing out at TwitchCon. These animals have been around 80 million years. They've survived 800,000 centuries. don't let this one be their last. They could go extinct within the next few decades if we don't do something about this soon, if we don't work to protect them. And it's difficult because they are what we call like a transboundary species. Since they have these tremendous migrations, for instance, going all the way across the Pacific Ocean like this, they're out in international waters for much of that. And when they're not, they're moving through the territorial waters of a bunch of different countries. And so you need a lot of international cooperation to be able to protect these animals because they're not sticking around in one place. You need to make sure that they're protected throughout their range, which spans like a quarter of the globe for this one population. Leatherback turtles in general. They exist throughout much of the world's oceans. They've been spotted as far south as the southern island of New Zealand, in Tasmania, in Oceania, Australia, all the way up to north of Norway in the North Sea. They have almost what we call cosmopolitan distribution. So they're just everywhere, all around the world. You think of turtles as maybe sea turtles being tropical. Not the leatherback. They nest on tropical beaches, sure. But they range the world's oceans. All the way up to where they're like bumping into icebergs and stuff. It's pretty incredible. It's nuts. I'll see if I can find you a photo of them swimming around ice. Yeah. I don't know if anybody's got a photo of this, but I've read accounts of like, ships having to be careful of icebergs, and then like, whoop, there's a leatherback turtle swimming around just fine, eating jellies. Anywho, yeah. It does what it wants and goes where it wants? Yes, Top Trek, yeah. Incredible animals. Again, we'll talk more about them later, but let's get back to humpback whales. Here. Yeah. And Sushi Cat says, I heard about some lights that they put on some nets. Yes, Sushi Cat, that is a thing, for sure. That's a step in the right direction. We'll talk more about that later. I plan on interviewing a bunch of leatherback turtle conservationists, biologists, people who work with these animals. This is going to be a big stream arc for the next year, really, if not longer. Anyway, I'm incredibly passionate about this, and I want to share that with you and get you just as excited about these animals as I am. But anyway, let's get back to humpback whales, and then we'll get into our fossil news after that, huh? There we go.
First, in just a month's time.
So yeah, the whales are faster than leatherback turtles when they're doing their migration, but it's not as far.
And all of this can be traversed in just a month's time. Though there are always exceptions, and humpback whales living in the Arabian Sea don't migrate and remain in the same place year-round. Humpback whales are found in almost all parts of the oceans around the world, and they have even been seen traveling up rivers and into bays.
This is actually a story from my part of the world. Humphrey the lost whale. Yeah, here. Take a look at this.
It was October 1985 when Humphrey the wayward whale first appeared in the San Francisco Bay. He began a 26-day odyssey that eventually took the humpback through the Carquinez Straits and up the Sacramento River. Poor Humphrey wallowed pitifully in shallow water while scientists and animal lovers from all over the country tried to figure out how to turn him back toward the ocean.
So this whale got disoriented, or maybe he was just exploring and kind of lost his way. I want to give you some perspective on this. Here. So here is California. Right here. California, my beloved. Here is San Francisco. This is San Francisco Bay right here. There's the Golden Gate Bridge. So in order to get into the bay, you have to go through the Golden Gate. That's what this is called. They named it that during the gold rush because, well, all these gold miners were sailing through here to join the gold rush. They had to go through the Golden Gate. A lot of people are confused by that because they think that the Golden Gate is the name of the bridge. And they're like, why is it called the Golden Gate? The bridge is red. You know? But it's not named after... The bridge is named after the Golden Gate. The Golden Gate is that strait of water that goes through. Yeah, it's the strait. Exactly, Claire. Yeah. And it is the gate to the gold, yeah. The bridge was completed in, like, 1939, something like that. It was called the Golden Gate long before the bridge was built. Golden Gate is the name of the strait here. That's why this is called, yeah, Golden Gate. Gotta go through here. So Humphrey the Lost Whale swam up through here, under the bridge, into the bay. But he didn't stop here. He went up in this direction. Up through the Carquinez Strait, up into San Pablo Bay, and then from there, he went, oh, here we go, through the Carquinez Strait here, past Benicia, and then went all the way through here, up through here and up the Sacramento River. He went up past Rio Vista, and then he got stuck under a bridge. Basically, like, up in here in, like, an agricultural canal. I think he was almost as far north as Sacramento. Which is crazy, to have a whale swim all the way up here and end up there. Just nuts. And Joshua Colossus says, doesn't it bother a whale that it's sweet water? I mean, fresh water, yeah. And it did bother him. His skin started sloughing off. He was not doing well. So again, he was in like an agricultural canal in the middle of a farmer's field.
The tiny town of Rio Vista was turned into a major tourist attraction overnight. Whale watchers poured in to get a glimpse of Humphrey. Not only was he studied, but people made music for him as well.
Yep.
Humphrey, you're our friends. But now the story has to end.
Finally, metal pipes turned the tide for Humphrey. A flotilla of small boats herded him back to the ocean, banging pipes underwater.
Yep.
And somehow, Humphrey seemed to know he was being saved.
Whenever we slowed down, he was right under us or alongside us. He was, at one point I mentioned over the radio that he was eating the barnacles off our hull, and it's not exactly an exaggeration.
On his final day in the bay.
It is an exaggeration, but they don't eat barnacles, at least not in their adult form. I'm sure they ingest some larval barnacles as a matter of course, but that's not what they feed on. They're baleen whales, for crying out loud.
The whale was full of fight, leaping into the air, almost saying farewell as he swam out, just after dusk, under the Golden Gate Bridge. He was heading for life among his own kind, but he left thousands of friends behind.
He's made an image for Rio Vista, and he put us on the map.
Yeah, I think probably you saw history made here. Maybe it'll never happen again.
Yeah. Anyhow, that's a piece of like local Bay Area lore. It's a true story. Yeah, and there's even a Reading Rainbow episode about it. There's a children's book from Reading Rainbow
Butterfly in the sky.
with
I can go twice as high.
what's his name?
Take a look. It's in a
This is after he got his eyes back.
I can go.
Commander Geordie. Yeah, thank you, Claire Burr. Yeah. Yeah.
Friends to know.
Anywho, so they did an episode about
Yes.
Humphrey the Lost Whale.
Hi. Good morning. We are up early to join the Cape Ann Whale Watch here in Gloucester, Massachusetts. There's our boat.
Yeah,
The
so I went on a whale watching trip on
taking
Sunday.
us out in search of one of nature's most spectacular sights, humpback whales.
Yeah, so the story is one that's near and dear to my heart. This is one of my favorite books as a kid.
Mistake and take a wrong turn. Well, that's what happens to Humphrey in this true story. It's called Humphrey the Lost Whale.
Yeah, I'll give you a link to this. I've got kiddos at home, they might enjoy this. And I also realized I should see if I could snag a copy of this to put in the neighborhood Little Free Library. Look on thrift books and see if I can find a copy real quick, because I know somebody would appreciate that. I'll have to do this later because the thrift book site is down right now. Interesting. Yeah. Makes me want to check the app real quick. Is the app down too? There's our answer. The app is down too. I'll have to look later. Shoot. Anyway, Dyson Dinosaur, Filippo, good to see you. Hey, we're still talking about some other stuff right now, but if you're ready to do the interview, we could maybe start that in a little bit. But good to see you, Filippo, and congratulations on the new paper. Very exciting. I hope you've got interviews lined up left and right. Let me know when. Will do. Will do. Yeah. But yeah, anyway, humpback whales, really interesting animals. Great children's book that I would recommend.
These are generally a coastal species, though their travels can take them far from land.
Yep.
The humpback whale is a baleen whale.
A misticete whale.
It has plates of baleen that hang from its upper jaw and trap prey inside. The humpback whale has grooves along its throat, down past its pectoral fins, which you might call its flippers. These grooves allow the whale to expand its mouth wide and take in lots of seawater. Like other mammals, a humpback whale can't swallow a lot of seawater. It would dehydrate them. So they push the seawater out of their mouth through the baleen.
Yep.
Small animals that were in the seawater can't pass through the baleen.
They get caught
So they
there.
become trapped in the whale's mouth and are then swallowed once the seawater has all been expelled.
So yeah, these guys will eat zooplankton, they'll eat krill, they'll eat fishes, and I've heard they'll also eat like pelagic crabs and things like that too. They're pretty opportunistic. Like they're not highly specialized in what they eat. It's one of the reasons why they have such a wide range. Anyway, I got to see several of these critters in person on Sunday, which was pretty awesome. I got to go on a whale watching trip. This is actually my birthday present from Ios and Lordy. So here's us going underneath the Golden Gate Bridge on our way out of the bay. It was so foggy in the morning you could barely even see the bridge. But before we had even left the bay, humpback whales left and right. Just hanging out in San Francisco Bay. You can see one of the buildings in the background. It's like downtown San Francisco over there. Yeah. So pretty darn cool being able to see that. I mean, check that out. Just amazing, you know? Right here in the middle of San Francisco Bay. And this is not uncommon, you know? You can tell it's a humpback whale based on how it is. There's that characteristic humpback with the little dorsal fin there. Yeah. Such cool animals. And did they do a jump show? We didn't see any breaching, but there was some roll feeding. So we saw one of them go down like that and then turn its body over, and we saw pectoral fin go up through the air and then down into the water. That was pretty darn cool. I didn't get any pictures of that, but our guide did, I think. Let's see if we've got that here. Photo share. Here we go. Excellent. Yeah, check this out. Look at that beautiful shot of those caudal flukes right there, the tail flukes. This is a brilliant photo because you'll actually be able to identify the individual whale based on this. I just watched a talk about this the other day. Let's see here. Looking for that. Here we go.
Horrible photo. And so I took this photo just last weekend. My cousin was in town. I was kind of showing him around. I was driving along West Cliff Drive in Santa Cruz, West Side. And
so this is
as I
Ted
came by
Cheeseman.
the lighthouse, I saw a whale out in the bay.
He just got his PhD.
And, so I pulled over into the lighthouse parking lot. And
this is what he does.
Called. All right. I asked my wife to run on over. We live about 5 blocks away. I said, "Hey, grab my camera." I was just sitting out on the table. And, could you come down here? There's a whale. I really want to know who it is. So I took this picture. By the time she got there, the whale was further away. It was right next to the wharf in Santa Cruz at the time. And so I got this picture. Really horrible picture, right? Blew it up, did a whole bunch of sharpening and contrast and stuff. Another picture, even worse. I mean, there's just nothing to ID from here. But, okay, sure. But got this algorithm. Why not try it? And it gives me this suggestion. And I'm like, okay, well, it suggested that both of them was the same whale. And hey, Jazz, well, that's a whale that I've seen a couple times before. I've seen
the whale's name is Jazz.
2017 and again in 2022. And
this is using machine learning.
Could be. We don't confirm
to try and identify these whales.
We can visually see, oh, yes, that is that whale. We trust the computer to give us the best suggestions because statistically we've proven that it does very good at that. Does very, very well.
Yes, there is a place.
Of what has the most proximity in feature descriptions, right? We basically take a tail and turn it into a whole bunch of math, a multidimensional body of math in a multidimensional feature space.
This is so cool.
And then you take your test. So we have, in this case, 112,000 such whales. So imagine.
So this is almost like geometric morphometrics that we use in paleontology. Filippo will know what I'm talking about here. Where you're like creating a point cloud and then it tries to match it up and you see the differences and that kind of thing.
112,000 little clusters of data in a multidimensional space. And you take a test whale and you throw it in there and you run that same feature description process and you say, okay, which other whales is it closest to? And is it close enough that it's above a threshold that we think it's a match? And in this case, this whale came up. That's Jazz. Okay. But I wouldn't say that that is Jazz until I can see some feature. In that top photo, if you squint, you can kind of pretend you see some of those killer whale rake mark scars, which was how Jazz got its name, from sort of sheet music notes. Or that the circles are those barnacle scars. You can pretend you see it, but I don't see it that confidently. However, the next day, we received some photos from a naturalist on Santa Cruz Whale Watch, the vessel
in Monterey Bay,
from Cindy Mingus, who came out of the harbor, and the vessel turned north, and they photographed Jazz out in the harbor right next to where I saw the whale. So I am now confident that this is in fact a correct match. So
very
I was
cool.
pretty excited by that. Sort of fun. We've also
this is so cool. Check this out.
Somebody sent me this tattoo photo and asked me if we knew their whale. And sure enough, we did. You know, they got the tattoo from a photo they took, and then later on but they didn't have the photo anymore. And but we did know their whale. Maybe more importantly
So
than
cool.
tattoos is a whale up in Alaska, Southeast Alaska, catalog 2156. Well, this whale was actually hogtied in fixed gear in
in
Tennessee
fishing gear.
Springs area, and was cut free. And in the process of it, some very, very poor quality photos were taken of the tail, just bits of it here, bits of it there. I actually mosaicked a couple pieces together in Photoshop and to try to figure out who this was, and came up with this match. And so we know that this whale not only, you know, survived, but has continued to be seen quite frequently in the same area over forthcoming years. One of the most exciting things, it's a tangent from what I'm mainly talking about here tonight, but one of the most exciting things we're doing now is
the dorsal fins on
photo ID
orcas.
capacity. A couple, 3 years ago, we built an algorithm
so
to
cool.
identify dorsal fins, and it works quite well. We built it on
That's so
many,
neat.
many species, and are really now just getting, oops, wrong way.
Anyway, I'll give you a link to this talk right here. Super cool stuff. If you're interested in machine learning and how it can help with conservation of endangered species, this is your jam right here. This is something you're gonna want to know about. Super cool. Yeah. And Petrodactylus says, well, shoot, maybe I should dig through the photos I took in Alaska and see if I happen to take a photo of a humpback whale's tail fin for identification. Yeah. Oh, and Lordy, I didn't see this because I didn't go into the cabin of the boat. They had books of all the whale tails that were seen in the area, and their idea. That's so cool, Lordy. Holy cow. Yeah, we went there with the Oceanic Society, which is a very legit group. So they really know what they're doing, and they had like a naturalist on board who's he really knows his stuff. So that was pretty cool. Yeah, so Ted here, who's being interviewed, or who is giving the presentation, is the co-founder and director of Happy Whale, a research collaboration and citizen science web platform that is transforming data science for tracking individual whales. So... let's see here. Take a look at this. Humpback whales can be identified by the black and white pigmentation on their flukes and flippers. Pectoral fins. Researchers have long used photographs of the flukes to identify the individual animals they are studying. Now, new technology has revolutionized this photo ID process.
So Happy Whale is this algorithm, very clever algorithm that'll use facial recognition software to identify individuals based on pre-existing records in the database. So if it's seen this fluke before, it has a very high chance of matching that fluke to a known animal. We're talking 97, 98, 99% success rate, and it's incredibly fast as well. So we've imported the image here of our whale that we want to find out who it is. In Maui, this is always the fun part, where we can put these through and then see who comes back. There we go. And it comes up as Southeast Alaska number 1789. That's how quickly it'll go through and hundreds of thousands of images.
Oh,
find the fluke.
hang on.
It's not a particularly distinct...
Oh, look at that. Wholly online. Look at those chickens. Thank you for the 6 months of support. Thank you for the Prime there, Coley Online. Appreciate you. Thank you for your ongoing support. Excellent.
Distinctive fluke. It's about 71% confident, and we can then visually confirm these, which is a lot quicker, a lot more efficient with our time, allowing us to do other things.
Super cool stuff. This is really, really neat. Here's a link to this video. I think there was another one from a news piece that I'll share with you. But if you're interested in, again, in machine learning and wildlife conservation.
Wildlife photographer Alex Suey is used to being up close.
This might be right up your alley.
With humpback whales.
We're gonna get a tail.
For 20 years, he's been taking their portraits. Now he can use AI to figure out whether this pod is one he's seen before.
I mean, AI. It's machine learning. Like, I make a distinction here where it's not generative AI. It's not the slop generating stuff. Like, this is a real, legitimate use case for this kind of technology, which is really cool.
I took a lot of whale tail pictures, but I didn't know, you could find out the story. And what shocked me was, now you know that there's a name to the whale, which is surprising.
Suey has been sending his photos to Newfoundland and Labrador's new online whale diary, Hello Humpback. It's a
different
website
one.
spearheaded by the province's tourism department, which says it's not like any other campaign they know of in the world. The program uses artificial intelligence to hone in on the unique markings on a whale's tail, its fluke, to identify individual animals.
Just from a photo of a fluke, the AI model can figure out who this whale is, where it's been, and when. But it also goes a step further and actually generates a story about each whale, even, as Suey said, giving it a name.
It's a timely effort. As the climate changes, tourism operators are seeing whales coming to visit these waters earlier.
The capelin that they feed on is really temperature dependent for their spawning. So with bigger shifts, we'll start to see bigger changes with humpback whale migrations.
Although it's only a month old, the tourism minister says Hello Humpback is already helping track the whales.
We've had 150,000 visitors, and we've actually had 3 new whales identified.
Whale lovers on this tour say they're keen to help the cause.
It's important that we do whatever we can to track and see what they're doing and what's happening with them.
Suey says the project helps him get a tiny bit closer to these giant creatures.
It's just like fingerprints, face recognition, it just recognizes the whales easier. To me, it helps me to know more about the whale, where they have been from, and how long has they been away from Newfoundland.
Making his passion for capturing wildlife in photos that much more meaningful. Malone Mullen, CBC News, Bay Bulls, Newfoundland.
There we go. Really, really neat. What a time to be alive, you know? And not just because of the technology, not just because we can now figure out which of these individual whales are visiting certain places based on photographs of these unique features on their exterior. That's incredibly cool.
Look at all those chickens.
Oh, look at those chickens. Sorian CYH. Thanks for the follow. Sounds like you're in the right place. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. So again, what an age we live in, not just because of the technology, but also because these animals have made a comeback. Their numbers were severely depleted because of whaling in the 19th and 20th centuries. They very easily could have gone extinct if we, as people, did not band together and do our best to protect them. And now their numbers are starting to go up again. They're returning to habitats that they had once fled or been exterminated from. And now you can go out and see humpback whales in San Francisco Bay. Again, just incredible. It was such a privilege to be able to do this on Sunday, and big thanks to Ios and Lordy. This is a wonderful birthday present, and they both put up with a lot on this trip because we didn't stay in San Francisco Bay. We went all the way out to the Farallon Islands, and the sea was not calm that day.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And Drexia, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that very much. Thank you,
Rock
Drexia.
on.
I will continue to rock on. Thank you for those bits and stuff. Yeah. And Shark Geek, how are you doing? Yeah, we saw a shark tour too. We didn't actually see any sharks, but apparently they had a white shark there. Several white sharks breaching just like the day before. We didn't see any, but we went all the way out to the Farallon Islands. So, again, here is San Francisco Bay right here. We left from the Marina District right here by Crissy Field, went under the Golden Gate Bridge. So we saw the humpback whales probably about here, but we went all the way out here, through the Golden Gate Bridge, and all the way out to 27 miles offshore, to the Farallon Islands. This is an area that is not open to the public. It's extremely difficult to get to. Yeah. Let's see if I can find you a video. Oh, here we go. So Shark Geek is here in the chat right now. You get to see one? I still haven't seen a white shark.
25 miles off the coast of California are a chain of islands where we can find some of the largest white sharks in the world.
Yeah.
The Farallon Islands is one of the few spots where white sharks really spend the majority of their time. They're not swimming up and down the coast so much as they are coming to a spot like the Farallons and just hanging out here for 2-3 months sometimes at a time.
Can we get a shout out for Shark Geek real quick, who does shark dives? He actually shows footage from these live on stream. Really, really cool stuff. He's working on shark outreach, conservation, education. He's a good person to know. He just surpassed 1,000 followers here on Twitch. And yeah, I was lucky enough to be able to attend a panel that he was part of at TwitchCon on conservation live streams. Super cool stuff, super cool guy. Give him a follow right now if you're not yet doing so. Shark Geek does really cool stuff.
It's a spot where there are a lot of marine mammals, elephant seals, sea lions, harbor seals.
Farallon Islands.
And that seems to be what white sharks are targeting. The seals are trying to get between the open ocean and the land, and they're running the gauntlet through this area, and this is kind of the high-risk area where the sharks patrol. When you see a 17-foot shark swim by the boat, and it's enormous, look at the size of it, and then you watch one eat an entire elephant seal, it's pretty humbling.
Sicklefin.
Maybe sicklefin. That would make sense.
Yeah, it's sicklefin.
Oh, is that an individual name for that shark? Shoot.
Fin is a shark we've known for, I don't know, 8 years now or something like that, and
its dorsal fin has sort of a sickle shape near the top, and pretty consistent shark. We see it a lot here.
Huh.
The way we study sharks involves...
Oh, they're using a decoy here. So we saw a boat doing this when we were there. There we go. Yeah, so this was like a shark tour. We encountered this boat right off the Farallons, and they had a cage in the water, and these people all paid a pretty penny to be out here. I heard it was something like $800 a head. And you get like a few minutes in the shark cage. They weren't chumming the waters around here. That's illegal in California. So instead they were using a pinniped decoy to try and lure in white sharks so they could get them up close and take a good look at them. I presume that's what's going on here too in this video.
So attracting a shark towards the research boat.
There you
using a decoy that resembles a seal. And you cast this seal out there on the end of a fishing line. If you're in the right place at the right time, pretty soon a white shark comes and investigates.
There he is, there he is.
Oh, no, keep pulling, keep pulling.
We tease them up towards the boat. And as they swim around the boat, that gives us an opportunity to take data and apply tags.
Oh, so again, this is Monterey Bay Aquarium doing this. These guys are legit. They know what they're doing. These are legitimate researchers here. Yeah, super cool. And Shark Geek says, yeah, the liveaboard trips to Guadalupe Island used to cost like $4 to $5 grand before it was suspended. Wow. Yeah. And that's a seal decoy that they have there, Mezart rules here. You can kind of see it better here.
If you're in the right place at the right time, pretty soon a white shark comes and investigates.
There he is, there he is.
Oh, no, keep pulling, keep pulling.
We tease them up towards the boat, and as they swim around the boat, that gives us an opportunity to take data and apply tags.
tag on the dorsal fin there?
We're getting closer to solving some of the mysteries around these sharks. How many are out there? Why is this place so important to them? And the more we learn, the better we can protect these majestic predators.
So cool. Really neat. Here's a link to that video right here. Again, I got to visit this place on Sunday. It was magical. And very grateful to Ios and Lordy for the opportunity. This was my birthday present this year. Just awesome. Yeah. There.
The following KQED production was produced in high definition.
There we go. There's the Farallons.
Outside the Golden
This is what we
Gate
did.
and into the rolling Pacific.
Rolling
It's
indeed.
howling winds and battering waves. An ominous cluster of granite rocks called the Devil's Teeth emerges from the ghostly fog. These are the Farallon Islands.
The Farallons have a varied history. First, they were these islands that were untouched in the middle of the ocean in which people tried to avoid. They also have stories of shipwrecks and people who have died in the islands, ghosts that inhabited the shores and howl at night.
The Farallons sit just 28 miles off the coast of San Francisco. On a clear day, they can be seen from the mainland, a jagged outcropping breaking up the line of the horizon.
And I've actually seen the Farallon Islands all the way from Mount Diablo before. So here's the Farallons, right here where the cursor is. Right here, there's San Francisco. I've seen them all the way from Mount Diablo over here before. That's a solid probably 50 miles away. Something like that. On a really clear day, you can see them. If you ever want to go up to the top of Mount Diablo, here in the East Bay, if you want to see the Farallon Islands, go right after a recent rain, because that will have cleared a lot of the smog and particulate matter out of the air. It should be really clear, and if it's a clear day, it's got to be after a recent rain and then a not cloudy day. Not the most common of circumstances, but it happens. You can see all the way out there to the Farallon.
Off the coast of San Francisco. On a clear
Carl's on it.
day,
There you
they
go,
can be
Otter, do it,
seen
yeah.
from the mainland,
Carl with a K.
jagged outcropping breaking up the line of the horizon.
These little islands are actually part of the city of San Francisco.
They are.
It has
So these are actually part of the, I think they're part of the Richmond district. That's like the census area,
I think, a special meaning to people who live in the San Francisco Bay Area. We see these islands out there. They're islands of mystery.
So they were really mysterious to me as a kid. Growing up in the San Francisco Bay Area, you'd hear about the Farallon Islands. On a really clear day, sometimes you could see them from the city or from Mount Diablo. But you know that they're out there. You know that there's something really special. You know that it's a feeding ground for white sharks. It's a nesting habitat for so many different species of seabird. Just a truly special place. A world-class wildlife preserve, essentially. Protected habitat for all kinds of really cool critters. I finally got to go there on Sunday.
They have been described as the Galapagos of California, isolated and inaccessible. Few know the remarkable abundance of life that emanates from this special place.
Yeah.
Today, the Rocky Islands are federally protected and strictly off limits to all but a handful of scientists who are allowed.
Yes. So no, you can't just boat there and explore mayor space. At least you can't get onto the islands. They are protected, and there are people there who are like closely watching all of the vessels approaching with binoculars and stuff. And the only way to get onto the islands is this, with this crane right here.
Access to live and work here.
Okay, all right, we'll take the lines.
Russ Bradley manages the Point Reyes Bird Observatory's conservation science program on the islands.
All the activities
Check
that we
this
do
out.
here on the Farallones, we do in concert and with permission of the Fish and Wildlife Service. And actually, most of the island, most of what you can see, is off limits even to us.
Yep.
There are no docks or safe landing areas here.
Check this out.
The only way to get on the Farallones is to transfer into a specially rigged boat and be lifted by a crane onto the rocks.
How cool is that?
To the Farallones.
You arrive to a different world.
From the moment you step out the door, you are fully immersed in wilderness which does not exist in most of the world where humans live anymore. Here on the Farallon Islands, we're on the largest seabird colony in...
Thor QC says, how about no? I mean, it's not for everybody. It takes a certain kind of very dedicated person to want to do this kind of work in the first place and then to endure it after that, you know?
Contiguous United States. There's over 300,000 breeding seabirds, 13 species. And it's nesting season, it's breeding time, and that's why birds have come to congregate at this place, which is so uniquely located.
The island's position within the highly...
Wombat Hole says, did people collect eggs from here during the gold rush? Yes. In fact, some of these bird nesting colonies were almost wiped out by people who would take a boat all the way out there and just collect eggs, just steal these birds' eggs. It was a serious problem. And these people also introduced mice and rats to the islands too, which originally didn't have mice or rats. So mice and rats were eating the birds' eggs, and it was a bad situation. Yeah. I think they may have almost entirely eradicated the mice now, and I think the rats are completely gone. And they've been working on getting rid of some of the invasive plant species here too.
Productive California current and eastern Pacific upwelling region makes this place a magnet for marine life and an ideal laboratory to study wide-ranging environmental and oceanic conditions.
There are these untouched rocks in the middle of the ocean, so it's a safe haven for animals to rest, to go.
And Nacher says, why did they lock the egg in a cell? Was there a nesting box? Did I miss that? Yeah, but they have nesting boxes for some of these birds so that they can actually study how many eggs they're producing and stuff like that.
Ideal laboratory to study wide-ranging environmental and oceanic conditions.
There are these untouched rocks in the middle of the ocean, so it's a safe haven for animals to rest, to go breed, give birth to their young, right next to this really rich soup out there where they can feed.
The dynamic environment is largely a product of the underwater terrain.
Yep.
The Farallones lie just a few miles from the outer continental shelf, where...
So this used to be the coastline. The Farallon Islands used to be hilltops, or maybe mountaintops, up until just a few thousand years ago. There didn't used to be a San Francisco Bay. I wonder if they're going to mention that here.
The topography makes a dramatic 6,000-foot drop into the deep abyss. When this unique...
I guess they're not going to, but there is another video where they talk about this. There we go.
Tonight, Eye on the Bay takes you here. But do you have any idea where here is?
Yeah.
It's just a fascinating place to be a naturalist.
And they're a global treasure.
But we're also in the Richmond district, meaning San Franciscans have
one of the most important wildlife areas in the country and even in the world as part of their city limits.
And yet almost no
So
San
cool.
Franciscan will ever set foot on it. New York.
Anyway, Eye on the Bay, really cool series. Let's talk about the Farallones and about their origin. Here we go.
Point Reyes. And yet it wasn't that long ago, geologically speaking, that you could walk to the Farallon Islands.
Yep.
That's because
Check this
there
out.
was no San Francisco Bay just 10,000 years ago.
Yep.
Here are the
During the
Farallones
Pleistocene.
today.
So during this time when, here we go, when there were ground sloths and saber-toothed cats walking around, mammoths and mastodons and dire wolves, American camels and American horses when these critters were walking around here, right here in California, in the Bay Area, during this time, during the Pleistocene.
Watch what happens as we turn back the clock 1,000 years a second. Sea levels become lower. The bay has disappeared. And by 11,000 years ago, you could have hiked to the Farallon Islands.
And so the reason why sea levels were lower at the time is because so much water was trapped in ice, in glaciers, on the continents during the Pleistocene. So around this time, or maybe a little bit before this, there would have been... Shoot. You know, you think about... Let's see. I'm trying to find you an image of Chicago or maybe Seattle during the last ice age, when there were glaciers that were like over a mile high. There we go. Yeah. 2,000 feet high. These ice sheets during the last ice age. Significantly taller than Willis Tower, formerly known as Sears Tower in Illinois. This is just a few thousand years ago, you know? So yeah, and the Burke Museum has a display like that of Seattle. Yeah, Mosslith, I can't seem to find that anywhere, in Google Images at least. But that's why there was so much, the why sea levels were so much lower. So much water was locked in ice sheets during this time. So, yeah.
Sea levels become lower. The bay has disappeared. And by 11,000 years ago, you could have hiked to the Farallon Islands. As it turns out, that might have been a nice option.
Yeah.
By 4:45 a.m., we're passing under that.
We left at like 8:30 a.m., 9 a.m.
Outside of the Golden Gate, the ocean does one thing every time. Man, it makes waves.
Yeah.
It's probably one of the hardest places in the United States to get to.
And yet, it was one of the first places they came to during the gold rush. And they came here for breakfast.
Yeah, to collect eggs. Anyway, yeah, there was a lot of this on the way out there on my trip too.
3 to 5 feet have been a little aggressive. We've been tossed and turned pretty well.
And I want to tell you, I took seasick medication. Dave Stelk took seasick medication. The result?
The nutrient value of the Pacific Ocean was suddenly enriched. The birds seemed happy, and so were we, when finally, over the towering swell, we spy the Farallon Islands.
That's what we did on Sunday too, and Lordy unfortunately got very seasick. She was a trooper though. So yeah, again, thank you Lordy for this is a magnificent birthday present for me. Thank you for enduring it. Yeah. But yeah.
Terrain combines with seasonal shifts in ocean currents. It creates an upwelling of cold, nutrient-rich water that seeds the entire marine ecosystem around the islands.
This area, the Gulf of the Farallons, it's one of the 4 upwelling areas in the world. In the summer, the sunshine shines down on the water and it blooms like a field. And it blooms with plankton, and the plankton feed the zooplankton, which are like the little insects, which then feed the fish, that feed the whales and the seabirds and the sharks and the seals and the felines. So it's this big, blooming, productive area of the ocean.
The loud chorus of seabirds speaks to the resiliency of nature. It was not long ago that these islands were nearly stripped bare of their wild inhabitants, and this walk would have been deathly quiet. In the early 1800s, Russian fur traders, attracted by the large population of elephant seals, sea lions, and fur seals, descended on the Farallones. In a short time, the marine mammal population on the islands was completely decimated. Then, in the 1850s, as the population of San Francisco exploded with the gold rush, simple staple items became scarce and valuable. Again, men stormed the islands.
There was a shortage of chickens, of all things, in San Francisco. And what the locals found is that the common murre egg tasted really good. So they brought men out to the Farallon Islands and they had them collect common murre eggs. And they would try and collect every last egg.
Between 1850 and 1856, one egg company alone took over 3 million seabird eggs. By the time biologists from the California Academy of Sciences pressured the government to completely end the practice in 1896, the once thriving population of murres on the Farallones was nearly wiped out.
So again, this is a tale as old as time, you know? You have people that show up in a new area, especially like colonists who show up from another part of the world, and they're like, oh, look at all this wildlife here. Such bounty. It could never possibly run out. Let's just take and take and take. Let's just pillage as much as we possibly can because it'll never run out. And then it runs out. You know, just, of course, how could it not? Many such cases, you know, like there's countless examples of this. I was just reading about this morning with sea turtles, where there used to be tens of millions, maybe hundreds of millions of green sea turtles in the Caribbean when European settlers first arrived, and then within a few decades, almost completely wiped out, almost totally gone. And they had to go all the way down to like South America to start finding remaining green sea turtles. And yeah, when Columbus came through with his ships, he said that there were times when it seemed like the ship was just bathing in sea turtles. They're just everywhere, all over the place. That's the natural state. That's what they're supposed to be like. That's what we should be seeing everywhere. And now sea turtles are like a tourist attraction. They're like, you're lucky if you see a few, and like that might be the highlight of your trip. When I went to Puerto Rico and I saw just a couple of green sea turtles, that completely made my whole week, you know? They're starting to come back now that they're protected, but I don't know, the greed and carelessness and short-sightedness of people seems to have no bounds oftentimes, and that's why we need researchers out there studying these creatures, looking at their population numbers, keeping tabs on them so that we know if their populations are in decline. We need this kind of basic boots-on-the-ground fieldwork and research, and that's exactly what's being completely gutted right now in the United States. Like, there's almost no money anymore for basic scientific research as of this year. It's appalling. And the people who are in charge of the country right now are just kind of hell-bent on destroying the natural environment and just wiping everything out. Paving paradise to put up a parking lot, so to speak. It's appalling. So anyway, it was such a privilege to be able to visit a place that is now protected and is so remote, hard to get to. It was magical being able to do this, you know?
Wildlife only began to recover after 1909, when President Theodore Roosevelt declared most of the islands a national wildlife refuge. Today, all 211 acres are protected, and the only humans on the Farallones are those working to better understand and protect this fragile natural ecosystem. The Point Reyes Bird Observatory, or PRBO, has been studying the birds, seals, whales, great white sharks, and other wildlife on and around the islands for the past 40 years.
Do you see what that guy was doing? He's got this high-powered spotting scope there. And then, so with one hand, he's operating this, and with the other hand, he's got a little Counter clicker.
Life on and around the islands for the past.
Anybody else ever used one of these before? You might see them if you're like at a big event with a lot of people, if there's like a ticket taker or an usher, or maybe you're like a marathon or a 5K or something like that. And there'll be somebody with one of these, but with each press of the thumb, that number ticks up. Watch.
Past 40 years.
Tick, tick, tick.
A lot of our research is focusing on trying to basically learn what the animals can tell
got a
us
spotting scope too.
about changes that are going on in the local environment, and in particular, the local marine environment.
Oh, like knitting. Interesting, Cinderella.
In the last few years, the wildlife have had a lot to say. Research is in.
And there you go, Petrodactylus. I should get one of those when looking for shiny Pokemon. Interesting. You can also get an app for that on your phone. I used to have a clicker counter app. So you don't have to buy the physical device, although it's nice to have too.
Indicating something
fire marshal clicker. There you go, HD. Yeah.
Unusual is happening in the ocean. The long-term data scientists have collected here has given them a good understanding of the natural rhythm of the ocean ecosystem, showing a predictable fluctuation between productive and non-productive years, something they call decadal oscillation. Lately, the natural rhythm seems to be off.
Having a physical device does sound more fun, Petrodactylus. I wonder how much those go for, actually. Click counter. You get one for like less than $5 for a lower end one. Holy cow, they're not expensive. This one's less than 20 for like a heavy duty professional grade one, looks like. Something like that. Cool. In fact, this would be really useful sometimes for field work in some instances. Professional grade stainless steel. I might even put this on a wish list, actually. Because I can think of times when I've been in the field where something like this would be really useful. Yeah, I'm gonna throw that on the old wish list there. Nice. They come in pink. Yeah, there you go, Petrodactylus. Yeah. Anyhow.
The ocean is a very complicated, interwoven collection of different processes, and for it to be productive,
I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I'll be
all
right
those
back.
have to fit in together. So if you pull
all
out
behave
one of
yourselves
those
for a minute here.
pieces,
Then we'll get into some fossil news in a
major
little bit.
ramifications for certain parts of the food web, which can lead to changes in population and affect the system going forward. More recently, we've seen some different things, some alarming things that have been new in our 40 years of studying. We've seen some species like this year Brandt's cormorants, who have been doing very successfully, really not even attempt to breed at all.
Climbing up Tower Hill, the highest point on the islands, gives researchers a prime view of all the bird colonies.
This gives you evidence of the changes this year. If you look down, you'll see just a few large blackbirds, Brandt's cormorants on nests, and normally this entire area would be filled with hundreds of cormorant nests. They aren't breeding at all this year, which is a very interesting observation and something that we really haven't seen to this magnitude before, and it really appears to be linked to their food. That species of forage fish that they've been relying on in the past few years, large northern anchovy, are not present in the system. The fish aren't there, and the birds haven't bred.
Other species appear to be faring better. Scientists on the islands are actively studying nesting auklets. These little birds are a particularly good indicator of the big picture of the ocean. After several recent years in which they failed to produce chicks, they seem to be rebounding.
Eleanor is going to be checking a Cassin's auklet nesting box here. We are looking at the...
Cinderella says he's not looking at chat. Commence chaos. I'm back. Cease your chaos.
Timing of their breeding, whether their eggs hatch. By weighing them every 5 days, we can look at their...
So so what they're gonna do is, why do they kidnap some birds, says Thor QC? Well, some of these species have deep pockets, and so if you can take them and ransom them, you stuff them into a sack like this, and then, the bird's parents will pay handsomely to get them back, and then you can use that money for further research. I'm totally kidding. No, they put it in a little bag because they're going to weigh it. So they're taking important data. They're measuring how heavy the chicks are. This is a proxy for how well fed they are, which tells us, well, tells the researchers, I should say. It tells them how much food there might be in the environment that year, that kind of thing. These are all really important things to have numbers on.
Growth as an indicator of the changes that are going on in the ocean. And right now...
So there you go. She's got a handheld scale right there, so she's weighing the hatchling.
We're actually seeing a very productive ocean for Cassin's auklets. These birds feed on krill, and krill right now in the Gulf of the Farallones is very abundant.
Krill are at the base of the food chain, so the success of the auklets is good news for many fish, birds, whales, and other animals that live around the islands. The ongoing research...
And now at Thor QC, they put them right back after this. Did you see that? And these are like nesting boxes that they have here to provide them with, you know, a nice place to lay their eggs. It helps the breeding success of this population. And they are called auklets, yeah, HD. Yeah, so one of the species that they have, I'm not sure if it's these ones or a different one, but it's called the rhinoceros auklet. There we go. And they are so called because they actually eat rhinoceros, which you might be surprised to hear. Again, I'm kidding. They're called rhinoceros auklets because they've got a little feathery horn right there. Yeah, they're cool critters. Rhinoceros auklets. There you go. Yeah. Anyhow, where did our video go? Let's look them up on a Tree of Life real quick. Rhinoceros auklets. There we go. There we go. Sirorinca monocerata. Monocerata means one horn. It's not a horn, it's a little feathery thing that pokes up there. But yeah, they're related to puffins. Well, well, well. Crested auklet, Cassin's auklet. Okay. So they're from the same lineage that Atlantic, tufted, and horned puffins belong to. Very cool. I didn't know that. Neat. Yeah. There we go.
By PRBO and the other scientists working at the Farallones is providing invaluable insight into the ocean world. And in turn, we're gaining a better understanding of how to protect these islands so vital to the marine ecosystem.
We've seen a lot of great recoveries. We've seen a lot of recent events which have caused us concern. And we need to continue to try to do the best we can to study and steward the islands going forward so that the Farallones can continue to return to their original state of real wildness.
Over the past couple of years, we've learned so much about the ocean, and both good and bad. We've gone from an era where we polluted the ocean, we dumped our waste in it, we indiscriminately took animals. And we've moved into an era of understanding and appreciating the ocean. And by protecting these special places, it allows us to have this now and hopefully for our kids in the future.
There you go. Yeah. Very cool. Here is a link to that video right there. There you go. Neverwinter says, did you see all these birds at the Farallones? I think I saw one or two auklets. I saw other bird species I'd never seen before. There were some lifers for me. Red phalaropes and, was it the ancient auklet? Here, darn, we got too many tabs. Let's get rid of some of these. go. Seabirds. Odd. Okay, that's not showing up there. I saw a bunch of these. I don't think I actually saw any puffins, nor any albatrosses, but saw a bunch of sooty shearwaters. Pigeon guillemots were all over the place. Tons of brown pelicans. We saw several black oyster catchers. And here we go. This is a critter that I was not expecting to see. Certainly another lifer for me. Yeah, holy moly. There we go. This is what you might call a vagrant. So this is the only one of these birds, the only, I think, northern gannet in the entire Pacific Ocean, as I was told. Again, I'm just repeating what I was told by the naturalist on board. But the only northern gannet in the entire Pacific Basin. He's not supposed to be there. Just all by himself. A northern gannet, known locally as Morris, has been visiting the Farallon Islands since 2012. Northern gannets are an Atlantic species, and Morris is the only known member of his species in the Pacific Ocean. So yeah, very lonely bird, and apparently he'll build a nest every year, and he'll just do his little, like, mating dance thing, trying to attract females, and, of course, there's nobody around for thousands of miles. He's the only one in the entire Pacific Basin. So, yeah, but he's kind of a local celebrity among people who visit the Farallons. For him, West Coast, best coast, might be West Coast, worst coast, but that's where he's chosen to set up shop, Golganek, yeah. Yoga Girls is kind of like our singular stellar sea eagle out on the east coast of Canada. There you go. Yeah. And Zushi Cat says maybe he enjoys the different company. I mean, I heard from the guide that he, that Morris, not the guide, will flirt with the cormorants all the time. So no members of his own species there, and so he'll show off to the cormorants and try and woo them. I don't think they're very interested. But yeah. These birds are way off course, but they make a life of it? Yeah. Yeah. So, really cool. I'm excited to maybe put him on iNaturalist, because that is, yeah, pretty special. Pretty special. So anyways, this was an extraordinary trip. Here's another photo taken by our guide who had a really serious zoom lens on his camera. But yeah, there's cormorants, there's pelicans up here. There's even, right there, a sea lion who's clambered all the way up here. It's right there. I forget the name of this rock formation. It has a name. But, yeah. Our guide said he doesn't really like the name very much. It's not really evocative enough. So he likes to call it Rhino Smooch, because it looks like two rhinoceros kissing. And if you squint your eyes, doesn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Super cool. No squinting required, says Claire. Yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. Anyway, that was truly remarkable being able to visit the Farallons. Here, let me see if I can find... One of the coolest things about the Farallon Islands is how they got there. Because... these are not local rocks. We talked about something similar when I did a geological tour of the University of California, Berkeley campus years ago. I don't even know if we have a VOD of that. Let me look real quick. I don't know if we do. No, we don't. That got lost somehow. But here, check this out. The Farallon Islands are migrants from the south. I'm not talking about the animals. I'm talking about the islands themselves. The rocks are from Southern California.
Acres of misty, wet, wetter, wettest ocean-going life spread across a small chain of offshore islands.
But what you're really looking at is a slice of the Sierra Nevada poking its head above the Pacific. That's incredible. That's part of the Sierra Range. It was ripped off by the Great San Andreas Fault System 20 million years ago. It has been moved north over that period of time until today. What's sticking out of the ocean is a slice of the Sierra Nevada mountains swimming 27 miles offshore outside the Golden Gate. Isn't that amazing?
So, and again, they didn't just move west, they've moved north as well. So these rocks match some of those that are from down in SoCal. I think maybe like Long Beach area, but east of there. So like from the Sierra Nevada, and they've been shunted up the San Andreas Fault over tens of millions of years, probably about 20 million years, up to now they're off the coast of San Francisco. Crazy, you know? Just astonishing. Again, there's the Farallon Islands. Today, where are they? They're small and hard to see. Right here. There we go. Farallon Islands. These, where my cursor are basically from over here. And since you have the San Andreas Fault that's moving like this, well, I guess like this. Here. There we go. So the stuff to the west is moving north. The stuff to the east is moving south. This is what causes all these earthquakes that we have. Well, not all the earthquakes. Some of them are caused by other faults, like the Hayward Fault that runs through here. But the San Andreas is the one that caused the big San Francisco earthquake in 1906. It's still active today. Obviously, it's been active for millions of years. So these rocks from, I think about here, are shunted all the way north up there. So where the sea is in Daly City, that's basically where the Farallon Islands are. They're from down here. Just 20 million years ago, they were down here. Crazy to think about, right? And Hacky for Life says, has the island moved with the fault line or accelerated? It's moved with the fault line, yes. So yeah, amazing to think about, right? And we have other rock formations on the mainland here in the Bay Area that match rocks that are from like down near LA. And they happen to be right on the fault. So they used to be down there and they've been shunted north. It's so cool, you know? Geology is incredible. Take the time to study it. I've heard so many stories of people who, you know, they go to college, they go to university, and they have to take like a basic science course to get their degree. You know, their degree might be in something like literature or social science or sports medicine or something like that, communications, and they have to take a science course. And often they'll take a Geology 101 course. Basic introductory geology. In the biz, we call it rocks for jocks sometimes. Rocks for jocks. So many different people that I've talked to who have had to take a class like that, they were like, I'm so glad it did because it changed my life. It changed the way that I look at the world. It gave me a completely new perspective on everything around me. So if you ever get the chance to take like an intro to geology class, especially if there's a really good teacher, it could be life-changing, mind-altering. So yeah. Hello, Mini Pie. How are you doing? There's another one of my landlords here. If you're here for the first time, say hello to Miss Mini Pie. Sorry, Ms. Mini Pie. Gotta be respectful to the property-owning class. That's how things work in our society. Gotta pay rent to Mini Pie, huh? Yeah. Anywho. Wombat Hole says, Geo Jim is trying hard to teach me about igneous rocks. Cool. Yeah. Yeah. He's like, all right. Make with the payment. All right, Mini Pie. Make that happen, huh? Yeah. Oh, what's up here? Oh, what's this? Yeah. Here. Look at that. Ooh, good stuff. Excellent. Yeah. Oh, yeah. What do you think? Is it good? Yeah? Are you sated? Are you satisfied? Satiated, even? Yeah? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, Mini Pie. With that, why don't we get into our featured presentation today? We're going to be interviewing Filippo Bertozzo in just a little bit. So we're going to take a look at a thread that he posted to Blue Sky about this brand new paper that he and his co-authors have just published. Really exciting stuff on the mating behavior of duckbill dinosaurs and what we can infer from the fossil record to learn about that. Really exciting stuff. I've been waiting to see this paper published for a while now. Super, super cool. So without further ado, let's get into fossil news here. All right. This is going to be an interesting topic today, and we are going to be talking about reproduction in dinosaurs. So I'd like to make a request from all of you in the chat. Let's try and be as mature as we can about this. I know people are going to be tempted to make all kinds of body jokes and stuff like that, but this is an all-ages broadcast. Let's try and keep things PG-rated. You can make jokes. Never against joking. But, you know, keep it clean to the best of your ability. And let's try and be grown-up about this. All right? Yeah. Josh says, sure, everyone would be very adult and normal about this. Let's hope so. You know? This is one of the subjects where it's just a part of life, you know? It is a circle of life. Not sure? Yes. Baculum memes. So far we don't have any baculae from dinosaurs, avian or non-avian. But, well, let's take a look. We could surely try, says Dyson Dinosaur. Thank you, Filippo, I'm glad you're here. If you don't mind, let's take a look at your thread here on Blue Sky. Really glad that you posted this, and I reposted it earlier. So, here's a link right here for anybody who would like to see. And we'll take a look at... I'll provide a link to the paper itself in just a minute. But Filippo says, our controversial paper is finally out in iScience from Cell Press. As part of my PhD dissertation at Queen's University Belfast, in 2021, this last chapter was dedicated to a specific pathological pattern in hadrosaurid tails. So, hadrosaurs are duckbill dinosaurs. And, so let's talk for a minute about duckbills and their ducktails. Duckbill dinosaurs, also known as hadrosaurs, are your biggest ornithischian dinosaurs in the late Cretaceous. So they're plant eaters, they become very widespread, they've got this duck-like beak at the front of their mouth, hence duckbill. So Parasaurolophus is one of your most famous ones. Got Hypacrosaurus, Edmontosaurus, Brachylophosaurus. They become really widespread throughout the late Cretaceous period. Huge range of different shapes and sizes. The headgear on some of these guys is pretty extraordinary. They're some of your most important herbivorous animals. Most important meaning like largest, most dominant in their ecosystem.
Fossils, especially dinosaurs. We capture the imagination of...
Holy cow. Hoot House.
Hoot
House live stream and the 29 children are walking through that gateway right now.
Hoot House livestream, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had an excellent stream. I'm honored that you would raid in. We are about to interview a fellow dinosaur paleontologist, Dyson Dinosaur, about a brand new paper that he and his co-authors just published. It's just out today, and it's about reproductive behavior in duck-billed dinosaurs, which we can infer from the fossil record. Really exciting stuff, so you came in at the perfect time, Hoot House. If anybody's not yet following Hoot House livestream, you are missing out. Hoot House does really, really cool streams. Yeah, talking about, well, not talking about, showing you live the family life of various bird species, owls in particular, but also red-tailed hawks. Really, really cool stuff. So go check out Hoot House livestream. There's cams inside of nest boxes and above nest platforms for some of these birds. It's so cool to watch these birds, you know, come together, maintain their nest, lay eggs. The chicks hatch, they get fed by the parents. It's like a wildlife soap opera that you get to witness live. It's an inside peek into the lives of these birds. It's something really special. And they've been able to add different cameras, different angles. Like they've maintained the stream in a really, really cool way. They're continuously adding to it, just improving the viewer experience. It's really neat stuff. It's a wonderful way to get people excited about and educated about the birds around us. It's Hoot House is awesome. And I was lucky enough to meet the two people behind the stream at TwitchCon this year. Can I show that photo, Hoot House, or would that be like showing a real life photo of a VTuber? Is that verboten, or can I show that? Anyway, thank you, Hoot House. It's wonderful to have you here. Yeah. And Luke Herman's Gaming says, what's that brown thing up on the wall? This right here, we will talk about this because this is pertinent to today's stream. Talking about, well, duckbill dinosaurs and their tails. So this is a ducktail. Duckbill dinosaurs. They've got these remarkable tails with a latticework of tendons that over the course of the animal's life actually turn to bone. So these soft tissue tendons ossify. They become what we call ossified tendons. And so this serves to help keep the tail upright. Sorry, who's calling me? Yeah, I don't know who that is. Anyhow. And thank you, Gemini, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It is wonderful to have you here. Thanks for joining us. So anyway, ducktails are going to feature prominently during today's stream. There you go. There's those tendons running across there. So here I have 3D printed a model of a duckbill dinosaur tail. You can see the transverse processes of the vertebrae sticking out. There's one, there's one, there's one. This part's broken off right here, but the vertebrae would be there. And there's those tendons that run across. So yeah. So we're gonna make sure this one's not important. Spam call. Yeah, and Luke Herman's Gaming says, no way, that's really awesome. Don't get me wrong, bones are really awesome too, but tendons, skin, feathers, etc. feel extra special to me, perhaps more rare. That's the thing, is that ossified tendon like this, after the animal dies, often it falls apart and scatters, so you find it all over the place when you're prospecting for fossils in, like, the Judith River Formation, Dinosaur Park Formation, Hell Creek Formation. You find ossified tendon all over the place. Often it's from duckbill dinosaurs. Sometimes it's from ceratopsian dinosaurs, your horned dinosaurs. They have ossified tendons too. They're a different shape and cross-section. Yeah, typically the hadrosaur ones, the duckbill dinosaurs. From a ducktail, they tend to be more compressed laterally. The ceratopsian ones tend to be more round in cross-section. So, anywho, we're going to be talking a lot about ducktails today from these duckbill dinosaurs. Here is a lovely image. This is kind of the explanatory image, almost a visual abstract that Filippo and the team put together. Really, really cool. So, after many years of work, submission, tears, and sweat, we can finally reveal it. Hadrosaurids, our duckbill dinosaur family, were likely injuring the female partner during sex. So as these animals are reproducing, as they're in the process of mating, it seems like the females would get injured. Those ducktails get broken. So the what we call the neural spine, this is the part that projects off the vertebral centrum. So there's a vertebra right there. You have the neural spine that sticks up from it. In humans, this is called a spinous process, but in pretty much all other critters, we call that the neural spine, the part that sticks up. And many of these guys, they're broken and kind of shunted off to the side, but healed. So this is not something that happened after the animal died. This happened during its lifetime, and then it healed back up. And this is a consistent injury that we see in a lot of these guys. Filippo's going to tell you all about this when we do our interview in a little bit. So for many years, many hadrosaur caudal vertebrae were found possessing broken neural spines, healing, and this has puzzled many researchers. Like, what's going on here? What's the deal? What's causing this pattern? We analyzed the data set of pathological caudal vertebrae, so those vertebrae with the injuries on them, noting a statistical significance of lesions in the anterior part of the tail. So here's a baby Maiasaura, duckbill dinosaur, that I can use to demonstrate. Basically right here, like this part of the tail is where you have the most injuries occurring. The spines are similarly broken in many different hadrosaur species from different regions and different times. Hence, the cause was an event happening for all of them. This is something that's common among different species of hadrosaur, living at different times throughout the Cretaceous. Really interesting. And it's that common? Yeah. They talk about this in the paper, Claire. Yeah. So via FEA finite element analysis, we discovered that the spines were stressed by a heavy load coming from above, vertical to oblique, around 30 to 60 degrees. So that is the direction that the force was coming from that was breaking these vertebrae. Combine the fact that in this region there is the cloaca. So the cloaca is the kind of all-purpose orifice. Archosaurs, that's dinosaurs, birds, crocs, they all have a cloaca. So this is the orifice that's used for reproduction. It's used for expelling waste, both urine and feces. It all comes out of the cloaca. It's Latin for sewer, cloaca. Again, it's your all-purpose posterior orifice. So the cloaca is in this area, the same spot where the same part of the tail. Down below is the cloaca, and up above, you've got the broken neural spines. Plus the fact that in articulated tails, the lesions were spread among many vertebrae. So it's not just one vertebra broken, it's a bunch of them, all clustered together. So we have this in, I love this figure, this is so cool, a bunch of different hadrosaur tails, different times and different places with a consistent set of injuries like this. So, knowing where we were going, we had to be sure, or at least we had to consider every other scenario to explain whether something was actually related to sexual activity. You could have other explanations, like maybe predation, locomotion stress, strange and particular behavior, maybe accidentally being stepped on by other members of the herd. In order to demonstrate that this is a mating injury, you have to be able to eliminate all of these other hypotheses. You've got to be able to falsify the rest of these. So all these other hypotheses were missing something, Filippo says. So after this evaluation, we realized that the mating hypothesis was the one explaining the pathological pattern the best. This is your most parsimonious explanation. Again, we talked about this topic yesterday. Parsimony, also called Occam's razor, is this idea in science and in other fields too. But often the most simple explanation is the one that's probably correct. The one that requires the fewest weird things going on. You know? Entities must not be multiplied beyond necessity. Or of two competing theories, the simpler explanation of an entity is to be preferred. So basically, the simpler an explanation is, the less crazy scenarios you have to come up with, fewer crazy scenarios you have to come up with, the more likely it is to be true. You know? The fewest steps. There you go, Olaf Moment. Yeah. Yeah. So, Occam's razor. There's a link to this. Yeah. So again, we talked about this yesterday, and this seems to be the most parsimonious explanation, that it's mating behavior, and this is, grisly image here. Her skin is being sloughed off right there, like, oh, I hope it wasn't like that in real life. These, I think, are Allura Titan, which are a kind of duckbill dinosaur from Russia. Yeah, there we go. So that's one of these species they have here in this study, Allura Titan. I think they actually have pathologies on Allura Titan fossils. Yeah. So the mounting male presses on the female's tail, causing the vertebral lesions on top of the spine. Yeah. So there are many but, if, and biological implications. The paper is published in open access, so you can read and give me your thoughts. There we go. No paywall here. Yes. Oh, and Dyson Dinosaur says, I'll tell you why we use Allura Titan in the artwork. Excellent. Yeah. And Filippo says, I want to thank all my amazing co-authors, especially my mentor, Darren Tankey. First hypothesized the mating hypothesis in 1989. Darren, we did it! Yes, indeed. The many institutions that helped me, and the paleo artist Emiliano Tracco for the illustrations. Later in the day, I'll be streaming with Paleontologizing to explain and answer all your questions, so you're welcome to join. There we go. Again, I reposted this earlier, so hopefully we're bringing in more viewers from across Blue Sky here too. Good stuff. And before I bring Filippo on, thank you, Doctor, for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Here is a link to the paper. Where is it? Oh, is there no link in the thread? Shoot. Here. I know Tom Holtz reposted it earlier. I can find it there. There we go. Here it is. Let's open up the paper and bring Filippo on for our interview. There's the link right there. Thank you, Olaf Moment. Excellent. There it is there. Download PDF and open access here. No paywall.
Access granted.
stuff. Deciphering causes and behaviors, a recurrent pattern of tail injuries in hadrosaurid dinosaurs. Super, super cool. We were actually talking about this back in February of this year. Here at the Badlands Dinosaur Museum with another author of the paper.
Humans are conditioned to stopping when they hear a bell.
It's
I learned
true.
this when I
In like the earlier mid-1990s, kind of during the
So I'll show you one of the specimens real quick before we bring Filippo on.
I'm Denver Fowler. I am the curator here on the dinosaur side of the museum, and I run the field work and basically organize the lab and collections, things like that as well, with some of my staff who'll be here tomorrow.
Yeah, we're really excited about that. I told them we're going to get to meet Steve and see the work in the lab and everything, so very cool. One of the themes on today's broadcast is just going to be how this might not seem like a very large museum, but it punches well above its weight in terms of field work and research and outreach.
They're doing incredible stuff.
I really think, we're going to hit you over the head with that idea today. You're going to see it firsthand.
So part of that is the Warwick's duck specimen. Here I'm going to cruise past some of the things that I helped dig up, some of the things I discovered. Let's go find Warwick's duck here, which is one of the specimens that Filippo and co-authors write about in the paper. It is exciting stuff. And that'll be... Was it earlier on in the broadcast? We'll find it. There we go. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Research.
He said...
Here we are.
Maybe this is the result of like Tyrannosaurus.
There we go.
Yeah, so I used to bring the school tours here, and I'd tell them that our stegosaur was sleeping and the allosaur was guarding it, and they'd be like...
Because it was on its side. It looked like that Triceratops over that looked flat.
It was lying flat on the ground, and the kids were like, no, it isn't. Well, yeah. Anyway, just this last...
Anyway. Warwick's duck. Let's get to this.
Take a...
Now, Filippo knows more about the specimen than I do. This is a...
yeah.
He came to see this.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, back in 2019.
Nice.
So this specimen was found in 2009. Mm-hmm. So me and my dad were collecting in the Hell Creek for the Museum of the Rockies.
And, we did the stream back in February this year.
Some neural spines, some vertebrae pieces sticking out of a hill. And we went over there, and it's like, well, you could see it was going in. So that looked promising. So we dug in. After a couple of days, this is what we found. And it was a little bit disappointing because it was just a section of tail and part of a leg. There were a couple of neck bones, but there wasn't much else.
But it turned out to be really important. Sure, it's not a complete skeleton, but this is one of the crown jewels of this new paper. Really exciting. And it goes to show that, I don't know, other museums might not have bothered digging this thing up, but Denver's dad Warwick realized that this was something special. So they made sure to get this thing out of the ground. They made sure to collect it. And here it is.
But when we started cleaning up the vertebrae more, we noticed that they were injured, badly injured. And not just one or two injuries like you often see, but this had injuries across like 20 vertebrae.
Jeez.
And this is, in fact, one of the best examples of this kind of pathology, this kind of injury that you can see on any hadrosaur in the world. And Filippo, who's watching this, he's writing papers about this specimen and a number of other specimens as well. He's an expert on...
pathologies and ornithischians, yeah.
Yeah, pathologies and ornithischians in general. So, we presented on this in 2019 at a conference we were holding here. And... basically, what's really cool is that each one of these broken spines shows the same injury.
Yeah. Yep.
It was hit from above.
Anyway, I think maybe this is the right time to pause here. I'll give you a link to this VOD on YouTube with a time code there. I don't want to go over the whole thing because Filippo's going to want to talk about this. So let's go ahead and bring him on. Filippo, if you're ready, I can get set up here. Start virtual camera. And let's see, output type. Let's make that my Elgato webcam. Here we go. Output type. Source. I think that's okay. That should do it. And let's see here. Filippo's ready. Excellent. And let's do accept here. Request accepted. Beautiful. OBS virtual camera. Confirm.
Okay.
Let's see. Filippo, can you see and hear me right now?
Yes. Can you hear me?
I can. Brilliant.
Perfect.
All right.
Perfect.
Chat, can you hear
Amazing.
Filippo right now? Let me know in the chat, everybody.
Wait, let me adjust a bit. Better. Sorry if I'm a bit low in my voice, but it's 1:20 in the morning, so I don't want to.
Holy cow! I didn't realize it was so late. Filippo, thank you for staying up for us. Here I am making you wait, showing the video with Denver and everything.
Don't worry, I've been an adrenaline rush today, so.
Well, first of all, congratulations for the second time in 2 months, I think. On
Man, this is my first outdoor paper in 2025.
Holy cow!
Give me a contract.
There you go. Yeah. Awesome stuff. So you said that you've just been running on adrenaline. Have you been doing press pieces on this? Have you been doing interviews? And excellent. Can you tell us maybe?
Not really interviews, but I've been covering all the media press, checking on comments, replying to mails, speaking to co-authors, speaking to people. I was inquired by CNN yesterday evening. So
Very
we are
nice.
out in CNN with actually beautiful comments by Steve Brusetti, Albert Prieto Marquez, and Kobayashi, the guy that studied Camusaurus.
Yeah.
So, and they were positive in their comments, a bit critic, but like positively criticizing.
Yeah.
So I was happy because we will tell about this. I was quite stressed on this paper for obvious reason, and still am, but we have time to talk about it.
Of course, yeah.
Hello, chat. Hello, everybody. Welcome.
And PaleoStream says I can send Filippo some of that late night juice that I usually drink. That might be helpful.
This is my late night juice.
There you go. Nice. Yeah.
I actually had to celebrate it, so I opened this bottle when the paper was accepted, and I continue to drink it now. I have a Hydromil. I love Hydromil.
Very nice. Excellent. Yeah. Brilliant. I want to ask you how you first got started with this project at the outset. Because you're lead author on this paper, and presumably you did a lot of the work on the paper. How did that whole process begin?
It started, well, if we take the question at large, it started in 2018 when I started my PhD on dinosaur pathology. But more specifically, it started in 2019 when I went to Russia. When Russia didn't start to you know what, and we can still travel inside the borders. I went to Far East Russia. It was right now. It's together with Niger. It's my most adventurous journey. Also because in Niger I was with a group. I went to Russia alone, and that was something.
Wow. Okay.
And we're not talking Moscow or St. Petersburg. We're talking about Far East Russia.
Right. Yeah.
So
Were you up in Siberia?
It's the southern region of Siberia.
Nice. Okay.
It's a city called Blagoveshchensk. It's in the oblast of Amur.
Okay.
It's a crazy region because you have the city, then we have the famous Amur River, and the opposite side of the river is China. So literally the border is the river, and
very cool.
It's crazy to think about. And Blagoveshchensk is the city where we have actually the quarry for Amorosaurus and Kerberosaurus, and literally the quarry is a football field. A little reference to our previous life, soccer football field. We have two football field size area, literally in the middle of the city, with thousands of hadrosaur bones.
Amazing.
Thousands.
Yeah.
It's incredible. And then they have the other region, Kundur, where Olorotitan comes from, but it's like 300 kilometers far, but still in the same geological region.
Right.
So I was there. I was studying the holotype of Olorotitan.
Yeah.
And I had the eureka moment. I just had the epiphany in that split second, and I still have a video of that moment. I made a video on YouTube in Italian where I put the 2019 of me with my very claudicant English, but yeah, I still have that one recorded, so it's very dear to me.
Nice. Okay. Very cool.
That is where everything started.
So in 2019 in Russia, that's a pretty dramatic opening, I guess, to a project like this. So some of the specimens that you were studying came from this quarry that's 2 football fields across. Were those bones in articulation, or were they disarticulated?
So the holotype of Olorotitan doesn't come from Blagoveshchensk, come from the other region, but we also study some Amorosaur material. And the Olorotitan is mostly complete. We have part of the skull with a beautiful fancy crest. We have a good part of the body. We have good part of the tail. It's a ratherly complete skeleton.
Gotcha.
It's actually the most complete hadrosaur from Russia.
That's impressive. Yeah, and Russia is not a country that's very well known for its dinosaurs yet.
Well, those region can be because Culinda dromeus, the famous feather
ornithischian,
comes from Russia. We have many hadrosaur. Well, we are more talking about Kazakhstan, not really Russia. Western Russia, no. Eastern Russia, also because it's closer to Mongolia, it's closer to China, they have much more dinosaurs. We have in that region, we also have some Tarbosaur material. We have some sauropod fragmentary material. We have some, I think, dromeosaurid maybe, but all fragmentary. The hadrosaurs are the real component of the fauna.
Gotcha. Okay. Very cool. So you said that's the outset for this whole project. That's how it began. How many different species were included in this analysis? How many different hadrosaur taxa here? Because it's quite a few, right?
It is difficult to say exactly because most of my database comes from from bone beds.
Okay.
So I always found the Hadrosauridae indet.
Yeah, I saw a lot of that in the paper.
Recognized we have Olorotitan, Amorosaurus, Hypacrosaurus, Edmontosaurus, possibly Brachylophosaurus, possibly Maiasaur, and possibly Prosaurolophus.
Nice. So at least 7 different taxa, maybe 7 that we can tentatively identify at least. Yeah. That's impressive. And so
and Pararhabdodon, I think, or Arenisaurus, one of the 2 from Spain.
Okay. And Pararhabdodon, is that a Rhabdodontian or is that a hadrosaur? I'm not familiar with that critter.
It's a Lambeosaurine.
It's a Lambeosaurine. Okay. Confusing name.
The name is very confusing, yes.
Yeah.
Imagine a European Syntosaurus.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah. I can picture it now. Yeah.
Okay.
Nice. So, and it's interesting because when people are studying hadrosaurs, they're usually looking at the skulls. I feel like the postcrania of these animals are pretty understudied, underappreciated. But that's mostly where we see pathologies in these animals, right?
Yes. So I've seen many comments today, of course. And also in the chat here before, there were people talk. I read all of your comments, people. I saw you, so I'm gonna take on you now.
Excellent. Yeah.
Some of you, rightfully so, were talking about why injuring a female, why injuring so much a tail in case of mating. Well, let me tell you that if you injure the tail, you don't die because the tail is not that important for the survivability of an animal. Evidently, why? Because we find paleopathologies. When you find a paleopathological bone, it means the bone started to heal during the lifetime of the animal. If you die instantly or a few days after you're injured,
no
your
healing.
body won't have you won't have the possibility to heal. It means he was able to survive. Whereas, think about having an injury in the neck. You don't have time to heal. That means all of this that the pressure, the selective pressure on things on tail is less strong than in other parts of the body because it doesn't bring to the death of the animal.
Right.
So that's why I don't see problem in why injuring the female if it was something that was limiting the survivability of the species. So natural selection would have pressured that to remove such behavior or such anatomy. But if there is no such selection, you don't need to change that.
Right. Yeah, I like that explanation a lot. While the tail is, it's an important part of the animal. There's a lot of muscle attachment there. There's, it's used for balance. But if you're just injuring the top of your neural spines, that's not going to be fatal. That's an injury that these animals can tank, and it's, they'll get along just fine afterward.
I think we made a little jump forward, though. We need to go step by step on this process. So,
let's do it.
After 2019, after Russia 2019, I went to Canada. Right after that, I mean, I did Russia, then Brussels, and then Canada.
Okay.
And in front of the Olorotitan, I had the Eureka moment, and the Eureka moment was supported by the fact that I read Darren Tanky's abstract in 1989,
right.
And also, I might send you the link later if you want to show you to the to your chat the episode of Paleo World where a very young Darren Tanky, I think like 20, he was exactly telling the same thing we are telling in the paper right now. That actually a colleague of mine sent me to Facebook just a few hours ago. So I went to Canada and I was already talking to Darren because Darren has become has become my mentor during my PhD because like Filippo, you are studying what I love. So if you get the PhD, which I got, come to the Tyrrell Museum that you have the entire collection for you. Everything that I collected in more than 30 years in dinosaur park formation, it's yours.
That's amazing.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I went there in 2018 to study a month at the Tyrrell Museum. Then I came back in 2019 for fieldwork and then again 2 weeks of collection work. And I went straight to Darren's house. I went to hit in front of him and say, I will remember forever. I did this. Darren, I can prove your hypothesis. He was like, what?
Nice. Yeah.
So like, yeah, the mating hypothesis. Yeah, I can prove it. What? and I told him everything about Russia. Because the problem with Darren's hypothesis, as innovative as it was in 1989, was limited by the fact that he based everything on just a pure anatomical observation on the few bones that he found in Canada, on the few taxa that are in Canada. To make such a bold claim, which I want to stress this point, it's not the end, it's not the conclusion, it's not the definitive point. It's an hypothesis that can be criticized. I hope people will falsify it because we will talk about this. I really want people to falsify my hypothesis. So he couldn't make this as a proper publication because it didn't have a good claim on that. Also, the biomechanical simulation in 1989 were that strong.
Mm-hmm.
I was bringing a big database, and I saw another comment before. Yes, people, every bones that I put in this paper were all scrutinized personally, hands-on by me.
Very cool. Yeah.
I
how
made
many
a
different collections did you have to go to? Like, how many different places did you have to visit?
I can't remember, but I made a rough calculation that in all the museums I might have touched, like pick it up,
Mm-hmm.
10 to 20,000 bones.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's impressive.
Yeah. So I know what I saw, and I check every material personally. So Darren's idea couldn't be published in that time, and to be able to make my mentor's hypothesis to be published, to give right to his original idea, for me was the most important thing, and that's why Darren was the first person that I wanted to include in the paper together with my supervisory team. And in fact, Darren is the second name in the author's line. For that reason.
Very cool. And that's a worthy place for him. He is a living legend. I mean, when you think of Canadian dinosaur paleontology, Darren Tanke is one of the first names that pops into mind. So it's very few people have found as many dinosaurs as Darren Tanke has. And we've actually talked about him on this channel before multiple times when we're talking about relocating old quarries. That's kind of one of the things that he's pioneered, is using historical photographs, using bits of trash that they find in these quarries, newspaper clippings, cigarette butts, old tin cans, and things like that.
He's a master of that because he was born there. He's been walking in the dinosaur park since he was like a toddler. So he knows by memory every cliff, every slope, every gorge, everything. He sees a picture of a quarry from Stenberg, one of the many Stenbergs, and they say, it's there.
Yeah. He's a walking encyclopedia. Yeah. It's amazing. Yeah. We got a question from Joshua here before we move on for a second. Joshua wants to know, do you hope to add more specimens to the data set to make a more robust case for the mating hypothesis, especially more complete tails?
If I can get fundings and a contract, absolutely, because I saw many museums, but I didn't see all museums. I would like to visit also South American hadrosaurs.
Okay.
More European hadrosaurs, well, in Spain. I would like to check, especially later non-hadrosaurid hadrosauroids, so before the arrival of the real duckbill dinosaurs. I want to see the Japanese material, and among everything, Shantungosaurus.
Yes. Oh, man.
We have many skeletons of the largest hadrosaur in the world that nobody's studying. I want to study that heck of a collection.
Yeah.
Because that might tell us really something. Really, really, really something. But I need I need a contract. I need a funding. I need a project.
Yeah.
So I would love to add more stuff, but right now I'm a freelance paleontologist without an institution to back me up. So where can I go? Anywhere.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. Joshua says, my fingers are crossed tricefold. I might get some pathologies myself.
Don't cross too much, otherwise the pathologies will be in your fingers.
There you go. Yeah. Well, I hope Filippo, maybe you'll be able to talk to some folks from China at SVP in next week, and maybe they would be able to bring you out there to look at Shantungosaurus.
I'm so happy this paper has surfaced so close to SVP. After Cariosecus, after the mating paper, for me, SVP might be very interesting for people stopping me to talk.
I think so, yeah. People are going to be chasing you around all over the place trying to talk to you. I'm excited.
Yeah. Yeah. So after Canada, I was very stoked to continue on the paper.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, 2020 arrived, and my idea was to travel, see more material. I was going to Spain to see the big collection in Spain. Cancelled. I was planning to go around and study how to make a biomechanical simulation. Cancelled. So everything was cancelled. I had to really reduce and reformulate my idea for the chapter of the PhD, which at the end worked out not as sophisticated as I wanted, but
Mm-hmm.
to finish the PhD was fine. After that, with the opening, the more opening of the world after the pandemic,
Mm-hmm.
I was able to, okay, let's build the research group. I wasn't able to learn properly how to make a biomechanical simulation, so I called a friend of mine who's unfortunately no more working paleontology for the reason that no funding, no job, no nothing. That is
Mm-hmm.
Simone Conti, who did a PhD on biomechanics of dinosaurs,
Mm-hmm.
very expert on FEA. And I explained him the project, and he said, "Yeah, I will help you gladly." And then I include the Russian paleontologists, the two Bolotskis, Denver and Leeds for the American material.
Uh-huh.
My supervisory team, so my two Belfast professors, Eileen Murphy and Alastair Raffle.
Mm-hmm.
These names might tell you nothing, and you're right, because Eileen, she's an archaeologist. And you're like, why the hell did you work with an archaeologist? Well, my PhD was paleopathology in dinosaur, but we don't
Right.
have an established science for paleopathology in vertebrates. But we know a lot about paleopathology in humans, especially archaeology. So our idea was to combine the archaeological take of paleopathology to the dinosaur paleontology. And that's why I also have Pascal Godefroy, the dinosaur paleontologist here in Brussels, as my co-supervisor of PhD.
Mm-hmm.
And Alastair Raffle is not a name that says something, but he is one of the two guys that discovered and named the Carnial Pluvial event.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Huh.
It
I
was his
wasn't aware of
PhD
that.
back. It was his PhD back in the 70s, 80s, and he, together with Martin Sims, they are the two fathers of the Carnial Pluvial event.
Uh-huh.
So he's a geologist. He's one of the coolest guy in the world.
Very
Seriously.
cool. Very cool. Yeah.
So I included also Fabio Manucci, the
Mm-hmm.
paleo artist, Darren, of course,
Uh-huh.
and Gareth Arnott. Gareth Arnott is another professor from Belfast. He was one of the writer of my PhD thesis.
Okay.
And by the giantest coincidence ever, is an ethologist specialized in aggressive behavior, especially in sexual environment.
I didn't realize that. Wow. That's a perfect
in animals,
confluence
in
there.
any,
Yeah, yeah.
in animals.
Yeah.
So wow, he was so helpful to understand, especially the literature for animal ethology.
Mm-hmm.
We worked our bottoms off for this, seriously. But let me tell you a very sad story. This was one of the biggest delusion in my life. This paper, not as of now, but when it started, because I have really high hopes for this paper. Because I was like, come on, it's such a cool story, and everything, and we will cover this after. Everything is so linear and elegant. We cover all the explanation, and there are no other explanatory scenarios for this. Everything is set, everything is fine. The implications are great, data set is great, the methodology is great. Come on, let's go for nature. I really thought he was going to nature.
Yeah.
Rejected by the editor. Okay, nature, ecology, and evolution. Rejected by the editor.
Really?
And every time I have to accept the rejection, modify the format of the paper, change stuff, and resubmit. Then science, rejected by the editor. Science advances, rejected by the editor. PNAs, rejected by the editor. And then we arrive to current biology. Okay, editor accepted, go to reviewers. Yes. Rejected by the reviewers with a giant tons of criticism.
That's so frustrating to hear. And I would love to see more papers like this talking about paleobiology in papers like Nature, in journals like Nature and Science, and they often don't want to touch this kind of thing, and it's annoying to somebody like me who would love to see this sort of thing in those journals.
So in that moment, everything collapsed because you would say, no, Philip, it was not that, come on. But internally, I was feeling like I was supporting on my shoulder many research groups, Russians, Americans, British, Italians, and they were helping me for so many months, and we work our butts off and rejected. That was one of the biggest and strongest punch in my stomach ever.
Yeah.
So for a long time I didn't work on this paper because every time I was watching, even at the folder, I was puking. The point is, yes, we got rejections by the reviewers, but the rejection were not, we don't want this to be published. They were like, your claims are very bold. You need to rework a lot of stuff. However, the dataset is very good and the methodology is very good. You need to rework the discussion on it. And the reworks was too much for a journal to put it in major revision. However, the editor of Current Biology told me, listen, Filippo, I talk with other editors, and the editor of iScience is very interested in your paper. So if you agree, we can send it to iScience and basically transform it to major revision, like major revision. And I was like, yes, but give me at least 1 year because I
That's
can't.
a lot of work. Yeah.
Also, it was during a period that is still going, a period of me getting rejection for position, research grants, everything. So it was just yet another rejection during an unemployment period, which is still going. Well, I'm employed in a private lab, but I want to be employed in research. So for me, I'm still unemployed. So after 6-7 months, where I work on other papers, Geolosaurus, Cariosecus, many other things, at a certain point I say, okay, let's do it. And this is when you did the live with Denver.
Yeah.
And I wrote, tell to Denver I'm working on it. It was exactly that moment. So I started reworking. Say, okay, guys, let's do it. The point is, in all the papers that I cited, there was a big problem. The limit of characters. Because of course people will tell me you didn't explain this in depth. Of course I didn't explain it in depth. If you give me 3,000 words, how the hell am I gonna supposed to? And you don't allow me to put supplementary information, supplementary text. How am I allowed to? But now in iScience, the limit is 8,000 words.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, let's do it.
Yeah, the paper we'll be talking about tomorrow with Paul Serino, that's in the journal Science, and it is very short, and that's honestly one of the things that's so frustrating about reading papers in that journal. They're always too short. Anywho, continue. Sorry.
So we work, and then we submitted. And then reply by the editor, Filippo, minor revision.
An angelic chorus you were hearing, I'm sure. Yeah, just finally.
Okay, guys. I mean, minor revision can still be, rejected, so don't get too hopes. And then we resubmitted, where the reviewer was still unsure about many stuff, but he's like, okay, this is going to the right track. Okay. And then, Filippo, we are happy to say that your paper is accepted.
Nice.
I think I started to cry. I think I started to cry when I got it.
Yeah.
Because, I started in January 2024 and I got it accepted in September 2025. So...
And it's so much work too. It's reformatting every time you have to resubmit it. It's a tremendous amount of work, and honestly, that's a problem that we should solve in science. There should be a standardized system. You shouldn't have to reformat everything every time you want to resubmit the paper to a different journal after rejection. It's ridiculous, but I'm glad it finally got accepted, and I understand that emotional reaction. I would probably cry tears of joy in a situation like that too. Just.
And now we are here with this paper,
Yeah.
where I saw already people completely misunderstanding what we presented.
Okay.
Claiming that we say, yeah, this is definitely the evidence that these are females. No, no, this is an hypothesis, and
Right.
this is not the final point, and this is not a I saw this a lot, circular reasoning. It's not. I don't even know what circular reasoning means. I mean, it's so.
Yeah.
What is this? What is the story behind the paper?
Uh-huh.
I know, and I tell you now to hold the audience. Wait, I'm getting.
Yeah.
Where's the here? Okay. I know that our idea is bold. I know. I'm not stupid. I know it can be criticized. However, I spent since I realized this in 2019. I spent all the years going to not just normal people, like to research it, paleontological research, literally in front of everybody, presenting everything. I never hide anything of this research. Never. It was the in Italia we call it the secret of Pulcinella. It's a secret that it should be secret, but everybody knows.
Okay.
You say, listen, these are all my data, all my observation, and this is my hypothesis. This is for me the explanation that best fit everything. Now, disprove it. Give me, because it's easy. The mating hypothesis is stupid. Okay, give me an alternative solution.
Sure.
Prove me wrong. I spent 5 years asking people prove me wrong. No one is ever able to make an assumption, because they were saying, oh, predation. Okay, predation, blah, 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 blah. Locomotion, blah, 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 blah. Everything. At the end, everybody were like, damn. Even my supervisor, one of my supervisors, at the beginning, he hated the idea.
Really?
He hated this. Yeah.
Huh.
More from a moral point of view, like other source, have been violent on that. Even if you look at Darren's interview in Paleo World, the criticism by the other guy was not on the science part; it's more on the moral part. Okay. And then to my supervisor, I say, "Did you read the chapter?" Not yet. Read it. He came back after a few weeks to me, like head down. Filippo, I'm convinced. You have to just read the chapter. I mean, I know. Again, guys, I know the idea is bold. That's why we spent so many words going through every scenario, telling why we don't see this other explanation satisfactory for what we see. I know it's difficult to understand and difficult to accept even an idea that in mating this can happen. But when you look at the events, the pathological events, and even at the behavior of modern animals, you'll see that actually it's more common to have lesions in mating than don't. Sorry for my English. I'm getting
we
quite
understand.
tired.
Yeah. So mating,
But,
injuries during mating is not an uncommon thing. We see it all the time in modern animals. Yeah, I can think of it in big cats. The females will sometimes have bite marks on the backs of their heads or their necks.
Oh, look at the morphology of the cat penis. That's literally not only so the spikes on it is not just to anchor the female so it doesn't escape, but it's also to scratch away the substance that other males have left before. So it's a double thing. I spent months reading ethological papers. I felt disgusted after reading all of that.
I can imagine, yeah.
Guys, the very cute monkey seals. They do group coercion of females, usually leading to the death of the females. The very cute monkey seal. Elephant lions. There was ornithologist that observed elephant
Elephant
lion.
seals, yeah.
Sorry, elephant seals.
Yeah.
That watch an elephant seal group.
Uh-huh.
So in an elephant seal group, you have the alpha male
Mm-hmm.
and his harem. So during the reproductive season, the alpha male does his thing with all the harem. But outside of the group, we have the beta males that are frustrated because they have all the hormonal storm and they cannot do anything because the alpha male has the right, the social right to do his stuff. So when the alpha male finishes, all the females escape because they are literally attacked by the beta male. And this ethologist observed this beta male reaching a female. I can say some words on Twitch,
Sure.
but
Yeah.
having violent intercourse is, I
Sure.
think
Coercive.
this is
Yeah.
coercive.
Yeah.
The female detached from the male, run into the ocean, swim away. The male reach him, kill her, and use the body.
Ugh. Oh my goodness.
So, and this is just one of the many examples of the bad thing happening in the reproductive world of animals.
Right.
There are turtles breaking the carapace of the female, for example.
Examples of female sea turtles drowning during mating with multiple males. Like, there's lots of examples of this kind of thing. Mating can be really rough, especially on females. Yeah.
So when people are like, no, but reproductive is for continuing of the species and the female should be protected for the fitness, and there is also, you need to consider also the pleasure of it. What are you talking about?
Right. That's not that's not consistent across the animal world today.
Reproductive behaviors are some of the most sorry for the word, aggressive part of the animal life.
That's true. Yeah. In
So
many cases, yeah.
I don't have any problems, and especially if this aggression. Sorry, for others, I don't think aggression is the right word. They are just breaking it. We don't even know. I mean, we cannot quantify aggression and stuff. We can say that they mounted and bones break because of the weight. That's it. We cannot go farther than that. But these lesions were occurring in an area where the female didn't risk to be killed, to be injured fatally. So yeah, it just happened.
Sometimes life is like that. Sometimes, yeah, it kind of surprises me that you're getting pushback from other researchers about the idea of mating injuries, as if this isn't something that we see again and again and again in modern taxa, because it's all over the modern world. It's observed in all kinds of different species. I don't know. It's there was a question that I saw in the chat that I found compelling, and I think you may even address this in the paper too, but do we see these kinds of injuries of the neural spines, the proximal caudals, in iguanodontid dinosaurs? And if we don't, why not?
That is a super interesting question that has been bothering me since forever.
Yeah.
No.
Huh. Not even in Bernoussaur. We don't even see them in that big sample size.
We see many pathologies in all hadrosaurids and some late non-hadrosaurid hadrosauroids like Gilmoreosaurus.
Okay, yeah.
But the more backward we go, so towards the base of Hadrosauroidea, Iguanodon, Oranosaur, all the others, zero. There's none. And it's not a problem of bias of conservation.
Right.
Because, and I just tell you this, I was in London checking the collection in London.
Yeah.
And let's say that I have 2 rows of drawers and stuff.
Sure.
of many bones from different quarries, different bone beds, etc., etc. So randomly picked. So it was the best random collection to see, random patterns.
Excellent sample there. Yeah.
Iguanodontians on the left, Hadrosaurids on the right. In the Hadrosaurids one, I was picking up caudal vertebrae, tilted, broken, swollen, etc. Iguanodontians, 0. Randomly selected. And even with more than 25 complete skeletons of adult iguanodon here in Berasso, 0.
Wild.
This is something that I have an explanation, but I didn't want to write this in the paper because it's too speculative. It's even too speculative for a very speculative paper.
Right.
I think these dinosaurs might have had a different mating posture based on the functional morphology of the arms, because hadrosaurids were more quadrupedal, and if you look at the range of motion of their forelimb, they were more like this.
Sure.
So if they go on top of the female, literally on it,
right,
like that.
Yeah.
Whereas iguanodontians, they have a wider motion of the arms, so maybe they were able to put themselves on the female without pressing too much. But as you can see, it's highly speculative. Yet.
Right. It's a difficult thing to demonstrate, but it makes sense conceptually. You can imagine a scenario in which all of this makes sense, but how do you demonstrate that through the fossils? That's where it gets tricky.
Exactly.
And I really appreciate your approach to this, where you're thinking about it based on the evidence. You're not getting too speculative with it. I can tell that you're very cognizant of that potential criticism. Oh, this is too speculative. This is arm waving. But I really like your approach in the paper. I think you're trying to follow the evidence where it leads, and you don't get too imaginative about things. It's an issue that I've seen with other dinosaur paleontologists. A lot of us suffer from this. I don't think you've fallen into that trap.
No, because, my paper has already... just by definition, my paper has a stronger risk to go into a speculation that can be attacked to every front. So to be able to shield even us as scientists, because maybe I'm reading too much into this, but I have the feeling that even our reputation as scientists could have been hurted if we weren't, how can I say that? If you weren't, no, what's the word I'm looking for? Not conservative. If you weren't attentionfully enough.
Sure. Yeah.
I don't know if I'm making myself clear. We needed to be extremely detailed in every words we were using.
Right.
Because it's a topic where people can really fall to jokes, mocking, and even say, how dare you say this? What kind of scientist are you? This is too speculative, and you go to say that this dinosaur like to... and put all the jokes that you want to use.
Yeah.
So
you had to be very careful and very precise about how you worded everything and about how you present these ideas, because you don't want people to get the wrong idea from what you're saying.
That's why, for example, in the paper, we completely avoided the words such as aggression, aggressive, and similar synonyms. Because, no, we are just defining what we see without claiming eventual bad will or whatever, because we don't know. These are just hypotheses. These are petrified bones of animals we don't know yet about. We don't know anything about, for real, because we will never know anything about dinosaurs.
We'll never see 100%. Them alive. We'll never be able to observe them behaving.
We just produce hypotheses, and it's our role as scientists to show them as what they are based on what we have, and be ready to have them falsified. I'm looking forward for people to falsify my hypothesis.
Right.
I've been asking around for years to people to destroy my idea because, listen, man, I
Yeah.
know my idea is is again, what's the word?
It's
Is
bold.
bold.
Yeah, for
Yeah,
sure. Yeah. It's a
I
strong
want to be the
claim.
first. I want to be the first one to remove this bold statement. Help me
Yeah.
destroy it. Bring more specimen, bring more simulation, bring me a more
Yeah.
compelling explanation for this. And
Mm-hmm.
still, we haven't found one that explain what we see.
Right. Yeah. And I really like the way that the paper is written in that regard, where you go over these alternative hypotheses, predation, accidentally being trampled by peers, as you say, other members of the herd stepping on their tails accidentally, and you talk about why each of these they don't fit with that pattern that we see in the vertebral displacement, the injuries like that.
Very quick predation.
Yeah.
Imagine a tyrannosaur biting on top of the tail, like the one that I put on Blue Sky.
Right.
Actually, I love that picture because it was used in many Paleo Wars episodes when I was a kid.
Yeah.
So it
Brian
really
Franzak, I
stuck in
think,
my
is the
mind.
artist. That's classic. Yeah.
Okay, take the dinosaur, the theropod with the widest mouth in the dinosaur fossil record, Tyrannosaur. It would have covered what, 5 vertebrae?
Yeah.
Yeah, but in our data set we have many. And
Yeah.
you are telling me that different dinosaurs in different regions, in different times, in different zones, they always suffer from the same predation injury in that specific part of the tail without at the base of the tail, in the back, in the neck. What?
Right. And with no tooth marks, with no embedded teeth in the vertebrae or anything, just that same
And
kind
also,
of broken. Yeah.
and also, the only embedded teeth of a T-Rex
Mm-hmm.
in Hadrosaur vertebrae is two Hadrosaur vertebrae published by
De Palma, right?
what? De Palma. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
The teeth comes from below.
Uh-huh.
So
And
it's a mouth. It's something that was biting from below, not above. And the neural spines of those two vertebrae are pristine.
mm-hmm. I've also, as an aside, I've heard some people cast doubt on the authenticity of that specimen as well. Just rumors.
Okay.
But
okay.
Yeah, so even that might not be. I heard a rumor it might be a commercial specimen, could be doctored. I don't know, but I've heard multiple people say this. Yeah.
Then, the most compelling hypothesis to scratch the mating one that was offered by one of the reviewer was in fact locomotion strain.
Mm-hmm.
Because yes, actually the area for the broken neurospines are from the proximal region of the tail where we have the transverse process. So the caudofemoralis attaches. So you can think, okay, maybe the caudofemoralis was putting some strain on top of the tail, pulling down the neurospines. So what we did is that we push our pressure load force from the vertical to mimic something, pushing down.
Right, and this is in your FEA analysis, right? You're doing finite element analysis in a computer, simulating these strains and everything to try and run an experiment digitally.
And when you push vertically, simulating a muscle pulling down, the deformation that you obtain is not what we see in the fossil record.
Right.
And also, in those areas of the neurospines, you have the longissimus and the transversus spinalis, which do not really take part of the locomotion of the limb.
Right.
Because the locomotion of the limb is done by the caudofemoralis and the ilioischio-caudalis.
Yeah.
The longissimus and transversus spinalis are there only to maintain the back in line straight. Nothing else. and also, why don't we see this in iguanodontians then? They have almost the same. So
yeah, that's a good point.
Then what's the other one? Fighting, tail to tail. Hadrosaurs, when in cross section, they are like that. So very wide at the base, and then they go very thin on the neurospine. If you have this slamming on the side of another structure, you will get this part.
Yeah.
Not here.
You would think you would have injuries
And
to
you
the
will
transverse processes, not the neural spines on top. Yeah.
and you will need another saw to do like
Right,
that,
yeah.
which is anatomically impossible. And again, even if it was possible, it's a tail slamming down. You would have what, 3 vertebrae, not 8, 9, 10.
Right.
Then another one. We were thinking about everything. We even thought about rolling, mud walling, as in
Right.
elephants,
Mm-hmm.
rolling on the back.
Yeah.
Yeah, but why don't we find the same in sacral and back door and the posterior dorsals?
Yeah.
We don't.
Mm-hmm.
We even thought about homosexuality. So in animals, we have quite some species where there are some how can I say behavior between males where one male overcomes another male by homosexuality mounting.
Sure.
But that is such a ritual behavior that is so specific and so relatively rare that is unlikely that happens in every other source.
Sure.
So at the end, the explanation that really fit all the observation and the most conservative one is mating. Also because, and this is where I finish with my dissertation about it. Warwick's duck, there is one point about Warwick's duck that is the most important one ever. That was actually Leeds Fowler that point me out. Warwick's duck is really, as you say before I was joining, is the diamond tip of his study.
Sure.
Because Warwick's duck shows multiple pathological events separated by time.
Right.
There are neurospines where you see different pathological events, older and newer, always on the same region of the tail, separated by some months or a year at least. So there is a cyclicity on it.
Right.
And what is the behavior that is conservative and present in all species for that?
Yeah. Reproduction. It
Mating.
makes sense.
Reproduction.
Yeah. You're doing the same thing year after year. That's why you would get those repeated injuries. It makes a lot of sense. I remember talking with Denver Fowler about this years ago, about Warwick's duck, before it went on display. And he was talking about, well, other people have suggested that it could be falling tree limbs that are causing these injuries, this downward pressure from above to break these neural spines. But then why would we see that repeatedly in the same spot on the tail again and again and again,
But we have an example of that, Parasaurolophus, and that is a single event of 2-3 vertebrae, not 8-9.
Yep.
So,
yeah. Yeah, it's I can maybe see how some researchers would look at this paper and say, "Oh, well, this is arm waving, this is a just so story." But I think you're doing the very best that you can with the evidence that you've got, and it does seem to be the most parsimonious explanation. And it's, again, it is testable. Like, if you could actually find one of these hadrosaurs with the offset neural spines like that, this healed pathology, and then you find medullary bone there, that would be a clincher, it would seem. Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
I don't remember exactly what I wrote in the paper, but we cover also the medullary bone. The point is, medullary bone is produced sometime before the ovulation time.
Right.
And we need to see if this the timing of production of medullary bone is the same of the mating season.
Right. Yeah.
It might happen before, it might happen after. So it could be that the mating comes before the deposition of the medullary bone.
Right.
And also there is a little problem here. In the paper that I published last year on Iguanodon, we found out that in pathological bones, sometimes you have deposition of a tissue that is very similar to medullary bone. It's not medullary bone, but it's a tissue that the body deposits as a calcium reserve to help the lesion bone to rebuild.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So if we have a long tail,
Mm-hmm.
broken long tail, with a femur, and in the femur we find medullary bone, I don't know how much of a medullary bone can be for ovulation or to help the body to reestablish the broken tail.
Right.
That's a little difficult.
And we
But
don't know for
indeed,
sure that that occurs, right? Like that's something that's not been demonstrated yet, but it's plausible that you could have medullary bone or something that looks like medullary bone in response to an injury on the tail.
My paper.
Right.
I mean,
yeah.
in my one-on paper, we have this femur with a huge callus that I studied, and we took histological analysis, histological slides of that femur in England, and
Yeah.
we analyzed, and we find out that in front of the callus, inside the medullary zone, we have this medullary-like tissue that is used by the bone to rebuild the broken part. So it might happen, but we need more testing on this. That this pathological medullary bone is deposited on the bone where the pathology is, and not maybe in long bones in the other part of the body. We need to check that. We should check that once we have the proper specimens. Right now, the only thing that we can say is that we need to be careful with medullary bone because it's not even one-to-one. Like medullary bone is for ovulation. 99% yes, but there is a little slightly chance that could be also for pathological repair.
Right.
So you need to be careful.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. And I was speaking with Dave Verricchio, my undergrad advisor, about this. I think back in like January, I did an interview with him. And he's very skeptical of a lot of the medullary bone claims in the literature. And it's funny because I hadn't heard this perspective before until I heard it from Dave. And yeah, I hope he publishes on that soon because there's a lot that we still don't understand about medullary bone. I should clarify for anybody in the chat who's not aware of what we're talking about. Medullary bone is this signature kind of bone that shows up in the femurs of certain birds as they're about to lay their eggs. So you can think of it almost like a temporary holding tank of extra calcium. When the female bird is about to lay her eggs, she's going to deposit all this calcium to make the eggshell. That calcium gets stored in the medullary cavity first. And so if you find medullary bone, if you find this signature ring of bone in there, you can be pretty sure that A, she's female, and B, she's about to lay eggs. That's kind of the idea. So if there's anything close to a silver bullet for showing that a given dinosaur skeleton was female, if you find medullary bone, there's that silver bullet, potentially. But it might be a little bit more complicated than that, like we've been talking about here. So, yeah.
If I would have a genie in a lamp, I would wish for a complete skeleton with broken tail bones and eggs deposited in the ovulatory zone. Just to say, okay, and the complete skull.
Yes.
So okay, guys, this is our Rosetta Stone. Let's use this.
Yep. Yeah. Well, yeah. Unfortunately, we're not going to have an auction at SVP this year, so I don't think we'll have a paleo lamp that you can rub. But maybe next year, we'll see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and going on another topic of the paper that is related to the paleo art. I had much fun, and it sounds so wrong and weird, but I had so much fun studying and writing about the sexual organs in dinosaurs.
Sure.
Because to help Emiliano Trocco, that made a fantastic illustration, and I want to stress that the illustration that you see is a painting.
Yes.
Large canvas painting. Trocco Trocco is the goat of dinosaur painting.
All right.
It's incredible. Yeah. It's a large painting. I had to give him some information about possible mounting position in dinosaurs, and unfortunately, you might think the opposite, but there aren't that many paleo art reconstruction artwork of dinosaur mounting. And what is now known as Hadro Sutra, that is
Oh, man.
The different positions of Hadrosaurs that are in my paper.
Uh-huh.
Actually, that was a request of one of the reviewer, saying that it would be nice to have diagrams showing the different positions just to help the audience depicting what we were talking about, to
Right.
show which part of the tail could have been hit by the mountain male.
Right.
I had to explain to Troco what kind of position a male might take, and believe me, guys, again, aside from all the jokes and blah 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 blah,
Mhm.
it's both fascinating and difficult to understand, because a mounting position has to take in account morphological anatomy, functional anatomy,
Mhm.
biomechanics,
Right.
how the tail moves, how the legs moves, how the body moves, and especially the size and the proportions and shape of the copulatory organs.
Mhm.
And we don't know anything about the copulatory organs in dinosaurs, and this is so
Right.
interesting because by the extra phylogenetical bracketing, we can assume it's something between crocodiles and basal birds.
Right.
In crocodiles present a phallus that is volume constant, so it's always erected,
Mhm.
but it's inside the cloaca. And when the
Right.
crocodile needs, it put it out and then inside. There is a video on YouTube by a Japanese guy that is uh, opening up animals, but in a very educative way,
Yeah, doing
because he's a
dissections.
chef.
Yeah.
Dissections, and,
Yeah.
and he was able to dissect this crocodile, this alligator that died in a farm, I think, or a private part. They donated the body,
Uh-huh.
and when he skinned the alligator, I was able to finally see the phallus of the crocodile, and it's quite small.
Mhm.
So I don't think it fit for others, because others they have a very dorsoventrally deep
Yeah.
pelvic area.
You would need a longer
In my
appendage to be able to actually reach, where crocodiles go ventral side to ventral, belly to belly when they're mating. You can't do that with
Yes.
a hadrosaur. They have a very tall back. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Yeah.
And also they do that in water.
Mhm. Yeah.
So there is the Archimedes buoyancy.
Yeah, yeah.
I think that if we can infer about that,
Mhm.
we need to see at ostriches.
Right.
I think
Yeah.
hadrosaurs might have had something similar to what ostrich shows,
Hmm.
which you won't show it off. So
I'm
guys,
not
go
going to
on
show it on
Google
screen, but yeah, Google it yourself if you'd like to, chat. Yeah.
ostrich. You put the word and
Yeah.
take a look at it, and you will see that once you see it and you say, okay, let's proportion it to another soar,
Mhm.
and from that you start to say, okay, we have a guideline, and let's start to put the two bodies together.
Mhm.
But even then, it's very difficult, because you need to have such a wide comprehension of the movement of every single joint in the body that we still don't have about dinosaur. For example, we don't know how the tail of any other sort move at all. We
No,
don't
how
know. There are no
flexible is it?
biomechanical.
We don't really know. Yeah.
We have
Yeah.
we don't have any biomechanical analysis. How wide the legs can stretch? We
Right.
don't know.
Yeah. And
How
with this basket of ossified tendons like that, how much did that stiffen the tail? How much did that, prevent flexibility? We don't really know.
a secondary result of our study that you will realize it only when you read deeply the paper is that we finally showed biomechanically the value of tendons,
Uh-huh.
because when you push the pressure on top of the spine, you will
Mhm.
see how much the tendons helps to spread the forces.
Interesting.
We did the two analyses, one
Mhm.
without the tendon, one with the tendon lattice,
Yeah.
and the amount of force that are dissipated by the tendons is incredible. So the tendons really helped to support, to resist to loading pressure, to movement stress. They were a biomechanical engineering dream for real, natural dream.
Interesting. Yeah.
They are. I know that Denver Fowler is very attached to the tendon topic.
Yeah.
We discussed a lot about this, and these results, I think, will inspire him to work more on this topic because it was one of the major secondary results of our paper. We didn't stress this point too much in the paper because it was a little out of a topic. But you will see when you look at the analysis that you did, you will see how much the tendons help the tail to widespread the loading stresses.
Right. Well, I feel like for some of our audience members who are not very familiar with ornithischian dinosaurs, we should explain A, what ossified tendons are, and then B, we should explain how you actually run these tests, because people are going to wonder, how is this possible? These animals are extinct, you know? And we're dealing with fossils, you know? Are you loading fossils into a compressed machine? No.
Sorry, I was laughing at one of Joshua's comments.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. So, yeah, we should explain what ossified tendons are and then how you run these FEA tests.
The ossified tendons is one of the coolest adaptation in ornithischians. I mean, they are present also in theropods, but they really widespread. They were really well formed in ornithischians.
Yeah.
They are ossified cartilage fascia within the transversus spinalis. So for the people that don't know, along the back of the animals, you have two fascia of muscles that run longitudinal to the back. The transversus spinalis is on the bottom of the spine, and then the longissimus that is on top.
Yeah.
Inside the transversus spinalis, in this dinosaur, you have fascia that ossified to help supporting the back and make the back more rigid, back and tail.
Right.
In a way that helps these animals to be balanced, to be like straight, like to run, to move, to live, essentially. In iguanodontians, like iguanodon, tendons are trunks. No, trunks is the wrong word. They are logs.
Right. They're incredibly thick, robust.
They are. You cannot realize how thick they are until you are in front of one of the Bernisat skeletons. They are huge, stupidly huge. In hadrosaurs, they reduce in size, they get more narrower, but they are elongated and they form this literally this
it's like a basket.
lattice of tendons.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lattice of tendons, which at the end of the tail they will start to go parallel and running along the tail. And also on the tail, the dorsal limit, so the most the tip of the tendons corresponds to the point where all the spines are broken. So literally, that was the point where all the loading pressure, all the loading stress were pointing, so that the spines were breaking.
Right.
So when we did the FEA analysis, at the end we did only with a vertebra. And then I was like, yeah, but that doesn't tell us anything because, yeah, okay, it's a vertebra. You put pressure, of course, it's gonna tilt.
And when you're talking about this, hang on, let me stop you for a second because people are going to be confused, I think, unless you explain how you're able to run these tests. So how do you set this up? Yeah.
Okay, you're right. Sorry. So
that's okay.
You model one vertebra. I took a vertebra from the museum in Brussels. I did a photogrammetry of it, and then I simplify it because the more simplified the 3D model, so we call it the more simple the topology is, so the number of polygons, the better is. Because each polygon will become a surface of points for the software to calculate what it needs to calculate.
Sure.
So if you have a model of 1 billion faces and a model of 10,000 faces, You understand that the computer will explode if you run the analysis on the billion faces.
Yeah.
And in the 10,000 faces, you will have 2-3 minutes of running. I take a vertebra, simplified, and then I duplicate the vertebrae because, okay, we have a vertebra, we are talking about a range of vertebrae in the hadrosaurs. So let's take 5. I wanted to add more, but with more, we needed a stronger computer, which we didn't have. So, okay, let's stop at 5. Then we include the little discs between the vertebrae to mimic the cartilage.
Right.
Now, there is a big discussion if there is a cartilage or a synovial joint.
Right.
But to make things easier, we just put a space.
Yeah.
And then, thanks to Fabio Manucci, the paleo artist, he modeled this little, what's the English word? The cylinder? This little
the
rod?
neural canal? Oh, rod. Okay, yeah.
These little rods that we put it in a X-like disposition.
Yeah.
And we lay it on the surface of the spine. So here we have the model. Then we imported it in a software, and a very complicated software for engineers. So just don't.
Yeah.
For each segment, for each element, so vertebra, cartilage disc, and tendon, we applied different material properties. So what we are going to do here is literally mimic a real object, in this case a bone, but not as a whole element, because of course a 3D model, inside there's nothing.
Sure.
But a bone inside is full of stuff. So you want to have like density, mass, that reflects what is the real bone.
Yeah.
So we applied the constant values for bone. There are 3 to 4 different values that you need to put. I don't remember now exactly. The Poisson something and other stuff.
Sure, yeah.
So you need to put these numbers so that the bone is a bone, the cartilage is a cartilage, and a tendon is a tendon. Usually these are based either on crocodiles or cows. These are the 2 main sample animals.
Yeah.
I think we use cows because hadrosaurs are stout and big and large. They are not pneumatized.
Sure.
No, wait. We use ostriches. No, we use ostriches because they are
interesting.
dinosaurs.
Okay.
But even there, the difference is
minor.
Is not. Is minor.
Yeah.
So we applied these properties, and we have the real bones. So we have the series of vertebrae with the tendon stopping the neural spines and the cartilage to mimic the movement. Then we have to mimic the fact that these vertebrae in front are attached to the sacrum, and on the opposite are attached to the rest of the tail. Below you have muscles, and above you have nothing. So in this software you can put constraints. So basically fixed point to tell the software, okay, there's something that is not moving.
Yeah.
So because otherwise you might have the bone going like in some direction. So you set boundaries in front, backward, and below. And then you just have to put a pressure. In this software you can tell the software to put pressure on the points you want. And what kind of pressure? We calculate the volume, therefore the mass of an adult hadrosaur, and then we cut away the posterior part of the body. Because if we think of a mounting hadrosaur, the hadrosaur is not mounted with the entirety of the body. It will mount on the posterior part of the body. So we cut away the anterior part and we kept the posterior part. So it was like something like 3 tons. Something like that.
Yeah.
Put on top of it, on a vertical, 30, 60, 90 degrees to, loading the forces.
Yeah.
And we get the result. So the results are basically until how much the bone reach the maximum point that corresponds to the breaking part.
Sure.
usually in this software is expressed by the color white. So when you see the white part, it means it reached the maximum value. And without the tendon, especially at 90 and 60 degrees, the neural spines was getting white. With the tendon, back to red. That is a little lower value. So it really helped us to learn that tendons helps to spread the forces along the body, along the tail.
Right. Yeah.
So this is my 101 take on a very difficult analysis.
That's really cool. And I mean, I want to emphasize this to the chat. It's really cool that we can use FEA, finite element analysis, for, paleobiological studies like this. This is software that was originally developed, I think, for engineers, for like testing bridges and man-made structures like this to see how much stress can you put on them before they fail. So yeah, everybody here in the chat has benefited from this kind of analysis, whether they realize it or not. When they drive over a bridge or they, take the elevator up a skyscraper building or something like that, that's possible because of FEA like this. Yeah.
I have to tell you this. My brother is an architect. Well, not really an architect. He's a geometric engineer.
Okay.
And he works for an architectural firm here in Italy. In Italy, not here, but in Italy.
Yeah.
And I discovered that not him for real, but his colleagues uses FEA. So he sent me the congratulations for the paper and say, "Oh, but he used FEA." Yes. Oh, I'm gonna show it to my colleagues tomorrow.
Nice. That's really cool, man. So you're doing science outreach to engineers and architects. That's really neat.
Yeah.
Holy cow. Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah. That's gonna be so cool. It'd be like, yeah, my brother's using this analysis to study dinosaur sex. How cool is that? Sorry.
No. But my girlfriend has been joking for months. Say, "Oh, you are ready to become the dino sex master." Please don't.
God.
People will call you to have opinions about sex behavior in dinosaurs. Please don't.
Oh no, you're gonna get a lot of interesting emails, Filippo. Get ready for it. Yeah. Oh boy.
There are many things that I would like to tell you. Continue these jokes, but we are on Twitch, so we won't.
Well, when I see you at SVP, we'll talk about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, with that being said, you were talking a little bit about the comments that you've seen online already, and stuff that you've been doing with CNN and other news outlets. What are some? So, as a paleontologist and somebody who does science outreach here on Twitch, what are some of the strategies that you've had to try and make sure that people are not misunderstanding your work? What are some things that you've tried to avoid, or things that you've tried to be extra clear about?
I've been clear on this on the few journalists that I've been personally in contact.
Yeah.
I already saw it at the beginning, avoiding the use of aggressive and other words that implies such a thing.
Right.
Because I understand the difficulty of this topic. I like to joke on this because dinosaurs, and your audience might well known, even though they have been very good today, they've been very behaviored. Dinosaurs are the quintessential topic for children.
Yes. Yeah.
Sex is the quintessential taboo for children, and that particular kind of sex is the quintessential of the quintessential taboo for children. So I'm literally putting together matter and antimatter together. So it's
be very careful to avoid an explosion there. Yeah, it's a touchy subject. Yeah.
Because I imagine, I don't know, I'm called by a class or like a primary elementary school. Filippo, can you come and teach dinosaur to children? Yeah, sure. And they go there, and the professor and the teacher will like, Filippo, can you tell our children your recent study?
No.
You see, guys, when your mother and your father...
Right, it's a minefield, we would say. It's dangerous
Yes.
ground. Oh boy.
Yes. So, I mean, to make it sounding, scientific and stuff, we are trying to focusing on the analysis, so the statistics and the FEA. So trying to go on the, we are using engineering strategies to express our hypothesis on dinosaur behavior and blah blah blah. We avoid using sex, and we tend to use mating, because there is I mean, if you use sex, you click something on people, especially
Right.
people that are not in the field, like
Yeah.
normal, common people. Sex, ha ha ha. But if you use mating, it's like the noble, is the
Yeah.
classy word for it, where people, I mean,
High-minded,
there are
yes, lofty. Mm.
there are even some people, I think, that they don't even know what mating is as a word.
Yeah.
Mating, what is that? So the decision of what kind of words is very important here. That's why we worked on the press release for like a month. We were waiting every single word. And then we try to use it more to express the meaning behind the behavior, and also the implications. Say this might be an hypothesis to infer that maybe something is a female. And then, oh, why? Well, when the two animals mate, the female might suffer from lesions, and even the use of words like lesions instead
Right.
of other things. It's
Sounds very
and
clinical.
again, a
Yeah.
clinical, classy. I think this is one of the very few cases where scientists needs to be pompous. We
Right.
always say, some scientists needs to vulgarize science because in this way
Yeah.
we can tell this to people. Yeah, sure, not here.
We
Here
need to
you
be
need to be
precise. Yeah.
classy. You need to be pompous. You need to be, noble, because
Right.
otherwise the discussion will arrive really to the lowest level of immaturity. So I think the best way is to use classy words.
I like that. I like that a lot. And I really hope that succeeds. I mean, I hope you get all the attention that you deserve for this paper, but I hope it doesn't devolve into vulgarity. I guess we'll see what happens.
It's sure it goes like that. I mean, we already make peace on our soul that there will be journalists, there will be common people, there will be, I don't know, influencer, YouTubers, commenters
Sure.
going to that way. What we could do, and this is what we do, is that, okay, guys, we will be the people presenting our stuff in the classiest way.
Yeah.
At least we can say, okay, the press release that we gave and the journalist that we been contact to, we gave the most scientific and most neutral information as possible. So nobody could tell us anything. If we were the people sending a press release titling violent, people will like, listen, the scientists told us to say so, and the fault will be on us. But if we say mating injuries to identify possible females in dinosaur behavior, blah blah blah, and the journalists are the people, journalists and other people as well, they are those people that will change the language, the lexicon to violent, blah blah, aggressive, blah blah blah. Okay, it's them, it's not us. We shielded each other. We shield us.
Yeah. You've done your due diligence. You've been as careful as you could be, and yeah, you have an obligation to communicate these ideas to the public, and you've been very careful about how you do that. Yeah, big respect on doing this. Well done.
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that we have lost audience here, because of course, if we were going on this is how dinosaur violent
right,
we
yeah.
would have attracted even more press coverage.
Sure.
But at what cost? At
Yeah.
what cost? At
This
cost
is
of our
something.
scientific and moral reputation.
Exactly. Yeah. Well said. It would be easy to
I mean,
sensationalize this kind of
I
thing, and the media is going to do that anyway. You have to start off down here because they're going to bring it up to here. I think you've done a great job with that.
I don't want to be hypocrite about that. I've been quite critic recently about wink, wink, some papers, wink, wink, where
Right.
they went ridiculously on the media claiming gigantic things.
Sure.
Personally speaking, for nothing.
Uh-huh.
And it would have been hypocritic if I was going to do the same.
Right.
So I would say no. I know that we are not gonna have the coverage by BBC, by whatever big brand,
You might,
because we are not using the. We might, and just say
yeah.
Because we are not using a specific lexicon, we might not even get interested by the major houses.
Mm-hmm.
Kudos to CNN to be interested in our thing anyway.
That's
And
a good
actually,
sign.
the title that CNN decided is quite good, and the text that they wrote is quite good. So kudos to CNN.
Yeah.
But for sure, deciding to go to this classy way, we have lost quite a big part of media coverage.
Right.
But I don't care.
Right.
I
Yeah. I respect that.
sincerely don't care.
Right. And I think that is something that we as scientists, especially dinosaur paleontologists, something that we have to wrestle with all of the time. It's a constant balancing act, I suppose. I'm mixing my metaphors here, so I apologize. But the things that we study are inherently interesting, fascinating, fantastical even. We're talking about multi-ton terrestrial animals. You know, they're almost, to use an old tired analogy, they're almost dragon-like, you know? Like these are almost mythical creatures, and yet they really existed. So we have that on the one hand, where it's easy to sensationalize it. It almost comes pre-sensationalized. And yet we're trying to do real scientific analysis on these things. There's a balancing act when you're trying to get the public interested in this. How much do you sensationalize it? How much do you talk it up? And how much do you try and downplay things and use loftier language? This is something that a lot of paleontologists grapple with all the time. And it's cool to see this in real time. It's cool to see this happen in the moment as you're publishing this paper, as it's making its way into the news media. I'm really happy that the audience here on Twitch gets to see that too. Like they've got an inside perspective here. And I think there's a lot that they can learn from this. So I really congratulate you, Filippo, for talking about this here on Twitch and showing people the process, inviting them in to see the science as it occurs, not just the field work or the laboratory analysis, but see, interfacing with the media. It's important, and I think this is something that a lot of folks don't get to see most of the time. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Has your audience on your channel been really excited about this? I imagine they have been.
I've been teasing about this paper since I opened my channel in 2021. So
okay.
They have been joking about this for many years because I was calling it the big one. So guys, I have news about the big one. Oh, the big one has been sent, or it has been accepted. And people like, come on, people, when is this? Can you tell us something? No. So I've been cooking for 4 years.
And now it's finally done, and everybody gets a taste. This is.
I can finally focus on other papers.
Right. Yeah. And speaking of that sense of relief, and resting after a busy day, what time is it right now where you're at?
3:10.
When do you have to wake up in the morning?
7:30. But don't worry. I mean, I'm so adrenalinic today that I was going to 4 o'clock to sleep anyway. So don't worry about it. I mean, don't get precious. Oh my God, we need to finish the. No, don't worry.
Okay, okay. Well, I appreciate you saying that. I still don't want to keep you for too long, and I need to go eat dinner and stuff like that before too long. So I need to wrap up my stream in the next 20 minutes probably.
Okay.
But it's been wonderful talking with you, Filippo. What are some things that have surprised you about this project? Things that you weren't expecting, aside from the initial rejections from these journals and responses from colleagues? What were things that you found surprising during the analysis of this data? Yeah.
Scientifically or like from other people? Or
Let's do scientifically first, and then we'll talk about from other people. Yeah.
Scientifically, the thing that there's nothing on iguanodontians. That is really the thing that is struggling me the most.
Interesting.
Because
okay.
we're like, okay, it's present in hadrosaurs.
Uh-huh.
It should be present in other non-hadrosaurid iguanodontians, because when they started to have wider proportions like iguanodon, we go really close to the morphology of hadrosaurids. But no, nothing. And that's still a mystery. It's really a mystery.
I'm not altogether shocked by that, just because reproductive behaviors are so widely variant among different species. In fact, sometimes that's why different critters speciate. That's why you have sometimes sympatric speciation that occurs, because there's different mating habits that develop in a population. And so I guess I'm not super surprised by that. But Joshua, PaleoStream asked an interesting question earlier. Do you think that maybe the difference in ossified tendons between iguanodontids and hadrosaurs, could that have something to do with this? Like those neural ossified tendons reducing in size and circumference, could that maybe explain why you see these injuries in hadrosaurs but not in the more primitive iguanodonts?
That's an interesting take that I didn't think about. However, as I told before, the spines are broken where the tendons finish.
Right.
So even if you have stronger, so you have a tendon and you have a spine like that. But even if you have a thicker tendon,
it's still going to break there. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Interesting.
But something to test for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you plan on following up with this? If you say you got a grant tomorrow for 10 million euros, who knows? Who knows who's watching right now? You know, we've got almost 200 people here in the chat. Yeah, 10 million euros tomorrow. And the one stipulation on that grant is you have to continue this project, you know? How would you try and falsify this? What specimens would you look at? What would you do? How would you spend that money?
1 year traveling to see every collections around. Literally spending months and months, drawer after drawer. And especially getting the frequency of pathology. That means counting every bone of hadrosaurs in a collection from the non-pathological to the pathological, because then you can say the non-pathological pathological frequency, the index, the ratio. That is very important, because if you have 3 pathologies out of 10 bones is something. If you have 3 pathologies out of 10,000 bones, it's another topic. So that will be the first. Second one will be to pay people to make histology of long bones in those specimens where I see a combination of the two.
Nice.
So tails and long bones. I will go to, I would say NASA, but now it's closed. So I will go to whatever big engineering, whatever, with big computers.
You could build your own with 10 million euros, you know?
Actually, yeah. I can even hire a scientist to do that.
Yeah.
To make the analysis. How to disprove it? Now you are taking me a bit in a pickle, because right now, maybe it's because I'm also tired and my brain is shutting off. I don't know how to disprove it.
We've got Denver Fowler in the chat right here. Says, "Well done,
I
Filippo."
just saw it.
Yeah.
Hi, Denver.
Good to see you, Denver. Yeah.
Talking so much about you before.
Yeah, Denver, earlier I showed the clip of our tour of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum looking at Warwick's duck and all of this. And Denver, I hope you're proud too. This paper is going to be a big deal. I think people are going to be talking about it. It's going to be getting press coverage, hopefully a lot of it, and hopefully it's good-natured press coverage. Yeah.
Denver, I don't know if you saw, the CNN published the piece, and we got 3 comments from Steve Brusatti and Albert Pietro Marquez and Kobayashi that are quite positive, actually. I was impressed.
All right.
I was really happy to see to read their comments.
Very cool. Very cool.
You know, before the publication was in a bit of panic and paranoia because of everything. So I was talking to Dean Lomax, the British paleontologist.
Yeah.
He was trying to help me trying to get to BBC. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. But I gave him the press release to read and the paper. And actually, he was the first one to tell me, Filippo, this is a fantastic paper. So his comments, I was like, okay, I can be a bit more. If Dean is saying that, I can try to be a bit more relaxed on that. So it really helped.
Excellent. I'm glad to hear that. I'm looking through Google News right now, and there's the CNN article. This is popped up in mezha.net. I'll put a link right there. We're starting to see the first press coverage here. This is exciting.
Yeah, because after CNN, I can imagine that American press will start.
Yeah.
I only have one criticism on CNN. I was discussing this with Fabio Manucci before. Maybe because he's on the. I'm so sorry if there are Americans here. I don't want to be offensive or whatever, but
No
I
worries.
think it's something about the puritany of some.
It's a problem. Yeah.
Philosophical way, because the CNN is wonderfully written, but they didn't use the artwork by Trocco, and the absence of that really diminished the impact of the news. They just show the three vertebrae, but the three vertebrae are not supposed. The picture that I made wasn't supposed to be the front main cover of it.
Right.
The two other shots, the painting was supposed to be the main cover. And when you go to the CNN to the CNN article, you're like, okay, it's nice, but what is this? I don't even want to read it because what is a three vertebra?
Right.
I don't know. But yeah, I don't know why they didn't. I mean,
did you put the line drawing that you had, the like simplified drawing with all the different possible mating positions? Did you put that in the press package or no?
That I think that was too much. I put the big painting of the two. I wanted to say why we use Olorotitan.
Yes,
Because actually one of the, it's not really a criticism, but one of the questions around today in the internet was like, yeah, but they talk so much about Edmonton, so why they are using Olorotitan? Well, as I told you, the first time I realized this was in front of Olorotitan. Olorotitan started this. So to make a little tribute to the species, I decided to use Olorotitan. Yes, we used Montosaur for the different mating position because it was easier to draw for the artist, because Montosaur is literally the simplest duckbill to draw.
Sure.
We use it as a model, but then we use really Olorotitan to make it because it was the first dinosaur where I realized it, where I had my eureka moment, where everything started. So it was my little tribute to it. Because if it wasn't for Olorotitan, I don't think I would be here now.
I like that.
To be honest.
Yeah, I don't know. When we're doing science, oftentimes, we use very clinical language. We try and be very dispassionate when we're describing ideas. So I always appreciate when a scientist is willing to be a little bit sentimental about their study organisms and say, this creature was my inspiration. This is what got my brain going here. To have like an emotional connection there, I think is important. And I hope
Sorry. I just remember when I was in Russia, I realized, and I discovered through the people there that the Olorotitan holotype had a running nickname when it was dug up, and it was Ivan. And when I discovered it, I went to the paleontologist that was supporting me when I was there. Fantastic guy, one of the craziest and most funniest paleontologists around, Ivan Bolotsky. And I went to him and I say, the Olorotitan here, Ivan. Oh yeah, I know it. Whoa, what about it? I think you should call it Ivanka. And he was like, what? And I told him about this, and he was like, I don't know if to like or dislike this thing.
You said Ivanka?
Yeah, because Ivan,
she's female, yeah,
female,
potentially, yeah,
Ivan, yeah.
That is really funny, man. Very cool. I mean, I think it's this kind of thing that sometimes doesn't get communicated to the public often enough. Like, as scientists, we're often very careful to be, like I said, very precise with our language, very lofty with it, and showing the human side of research. I feel like sometimes that doesn't make its way to the public often enough. So yeah, and it's little anecdotes like that the one that you just told. This is when you give lectures about this, when you're asked to speak at, before a classroom full of kids, or, you're giving a guest lecture at a university or something, that's the kind of story that people are going to love. And that's something that they're going to remember. It's a way for them to connect with this research story. That's really cool. Yeah. I wonder if any of the interviews you'll be doing over the next few days, I wonder if they would appreciate that story. Is that something you'd want to tell to the media, you think?
No, really.
No? Okay.
I think it's something personal. I mean, it's fine to tell you on Twitch because we are between friends.
Yes.
I mean, with the media, I don't know, because I don't trust the media. I have to say, as I mean, as of now, I only had good experience, wonderful experience. Some wonderful, some good experience with journalists. But I always have that thing in the back of my mind, say, be careful of what you say. Even if you go too much, friendly, too much jokingly, you don't know how they are gonna
twist it. Yeah.
Twist it.
I think that's wise.
And maybe it's my limit, and maybe it's my fault. I should be more trusty, but no. Especially in the professional world.
Sure. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And that's probably something that I should be more careful about. I mean, Twitch is a very loosey-goosey, informal sort of platform. This medium here it's safe to be more casual in a format like this. When you're talking to a reporter, probably not. So I think that's very
And they say stupid things to reporters most of the time, and I always regret it. But so I try my best to avoid too personal anecdotes.
And it's a learning process. I mean, yeah.
I'll keep it for if I have the occasion in the future to write any books. I would like to write some books, but if I would like to write a book, I will put it there.
Well, I really hope that this gets picked up by a lot of different media organizations, and I hope they treat this research with the respect and the honor that it deserves here.
I want this to be reconstructed and put as an add-on to Jurassic World Evolution. Can you imagine?
I would love to see that. Yeah.
Attention, your dinosaurs are mating. Oh no, the female is injured. Send your veterinary unit.
There you go. Yeah. I have some emails from from the Frontier development team. I could put you in touch if
Absolutely. I mean, I already have the game, but if they want any help, whatever. I discovered that Natalia Jashenska, the paleontologist that published never know how to
Yeah,
pronounce
yeah,
that
Giark I think, the pterosaur from the UK.
She was involved. She was involved with Frontier. I was very happy to know
Yeah,
that.
yeah, they've been doing some good work. I've been impressed. I haven't had a chance to play the game yet. They like sent me a bunch of stuff right as I was leaving for TwitchCon, and it just didn't work out. But yeah, they're starting to reach out to paleontologists, and
I got a little burnt that they didn't reach me out since I do it on Twitch. But I mean, I'm as much as I would like to think otherwise, I'm a small person. I'm a small creator.
Right now you are. So, we'll see. You know, give it a little while. When you keep churning out papers like this and doing press pieces, you know, I'd love to see your viewership grow 100-fold. We'll see. Yeah. And I was also wondering, like, before we wrap this up, I often ask fellow paleontologists what advice they would have for young people trying to get into this field. But for you, Filippo, I can ask, what advice would you have for other paleontologists who are thinking about doing outreach, maybe on a live stream platform like Twitch?
I'm the wrongest person to ask.
I wouldn't say that. I don't
know. Listen, I'm on Twitch since 4 years and I got only 1,300 followers. I'm not I'm not even monetized. I don't have the affiliation for my decision because of bureaucratic nightmares here in Belgium. But still, no, I'm the wrongest person to ask this. Absolutely.
Well, maybe I will ask you when you've quintupled your following in a few months or something. I'll ask you this again soon.
Actually, I really would like to have a chat with you on SVP, like on table, face to face about Twitch and stuff.
Absolutely, yeah. So buy me a beer, and I'm an open book. Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, there's no auction, so I have many money to spend.
There we go. Yeah. Oh, and that reminds me, I have to order UK currency. I completely forgot to do that before I started the stream, so I'm gonna have to do that pretty soon. We should wrap this up. Filippo, it has been a blast talking with you. Thank you so much for taking the time. Thank you for staying up so late. I sincerely hope that you can get some.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. I really hope you can get some good rest because I know you've got an early morning tomorrow. But best of luck with all of your media stuff that you're doing. And I'm really looking forward to meeting you in person at SVP next week.
Just a week.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Yeah. I have to finish and print. I have to finish the poster and print the poster.
You'll get it done. Yeah.
No, but I'm lucky because I discovered that in the lab where I work, we have some architects. And the other day they opened a drawer. They opened a drawer that I never saw before, and they put out this giant printer. It's like, does it print 8.0? Yes, even 8.0 plus.
There you go. Yeah. Just remember vertical format this year. Which is that a European thing? Vertical format? Okay, yeah. It's the first time I've ever done a poster like this, but I ordered it yesterday morning. It should arrive tomorrow. I'm all set. I printed mine on fabric.
And you know who's gonna very happy about this? Jim Kirkland.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah. Well, all right, Filippo. It's been wonderful talking with you. Again, best of luck with all the press stuff.
Likewise.
And congratulations. Holy cow. This is an exciting paper, and I've been very excited for this. I'm glad that it's finally out, and again, can't wait to talk to you in person at SVP.
I'm looking forward to.
All right, Filippo.
Man, it's been a blast, and see you in a few days.
Excellent. Safe travels, Filippo. Thanks again. Bye.
Bye.
All right. Well, there we go. Filippo Bertoso, everybody. I'll give you a link to the paper again before we wrap things up here. There it is right there. Open access. No paywall. Take a look at this. Even if you've never opened a scientific paper before, let this be your first one. Take a look at it, because it's a really interesting topic. I think you'll enjoy it. Cool stuff. Denver says, well done to you too, Danny. Thank you, Denver. Shoot, honestly means a lot. I really appreciate it. Congrats on the SVP link. Oh yeah. Glad to see this channel doing so well. It's been great. Yeah. Holy cow. With that said, and thank you, Aliastream. Gosh, appreciate that. Let's wrap up today's stream because I've got to go get some dinner, and I still need to do my part of the poster. Andrew Milner is presenting a poster at SVP, and I still need to send him my part of that. And I've got to get UK currency and answer a bunch of emails and all kinds of stuff like this. So, without further ado, let's wrap up today's broadcast. And we'll put a Deinonychus under our credits for today. Don't leave us just yet. We're going to go raid into somebody else doing some science here on Twitch, if at all possible. And please tune in for tomorrow's stream as well. I guess I'm interviewing Paul Sereno tomorrow. Kind of an out-of-the-blue thing. Very excited about that. It's going to be really cool, so I hope you'll tune in for this. Again, talking about hadrosaurs and Montosaurus. Those new mummies that were just published. Really cool stuff. Why don't we go ahead and raid into... Let's see... Shark Geek right now. G33K. Excellent. Thank you to everybody who's being at our credits. Holy cow, Mini Pie, she's knocking things off the desk. Cats. Don't try and get up on the bookcase there. Don't you try it. Don't knock over my tree fern either. Hang on. Thank you to everybody being named in our credits, from new followers and raiders to cheerers, subscribers, gifters, everybody who supports the stream financially. Could not do this without your help. Thank you for making it possible for me to do this full time. It is a dream come true. And thank you also to the moderators for being so on the ball today. I know this was a tricky topic. Thank you for keeping this a safe and welcoming community for everybody. Couldn't do this without you, mods. Thank you very much. That being said, hope you all have a lovely evening, or whatever time it is where you are. We'll go see what Shark Geek is up to. And I'm excited to see you tomorrow if you'll tune in for our stream then. 1 p.m. California.